It's transformative, it's interactive and engaging. It's happening on the 20th of October 2021. The annual Intergenerational Dialogue, a forum that promotes exchange between the younger and older generations on issues of gender equality and adult health. This time, seeking to address the very constant issues of a rise in teen pregnancy, early marriages, HIV prevalence, among others. Under the theme of prioritizing adolescent and youth sexual reproductive health, will achieve the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. Join us this week as we seek to create lasting solutions that will combat the problems affecting young people for better adolescent health. This year's annual event will be held at the next conference center and broadcast live on this television and the Salute Plus. You can also follow the event on social media platforms with
are there enough jobs for all of them once they grow older? Can the economic development of the country cope with its population growth? And what is the impact that these 1,137 human beings will have on the environment of this country? These are major challenges. These are major challenges that every fast growing young population faces. And it takes, first and foremost, political will and economic effort to address these challenges and to create opportunities for young people. Today, I'm very happy that the participants in this conference are young people who are actively involved into politics of this country, who are actively involved into its economic development and into social activism. Those who do not wait for others to deliver, but put all their energy, all their spare time, all creativity in finding solutions for their own generation and their own future. Therefore, I am not going to say much. Let us just listen to them. I want to listen to you, to learn from you, and to get inspired. I want you today, who you are gathered here and will be on the panel, to be an example for others, to be an example, to get involved into politics, to get involved into social activism, and to get involved into entrepreneurship. That's the only way to take the responsibility and to shape the future that we want to have. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you very much, Anna. Those are very powerful words, and I am sure you've all taken a moment to reflect on these very important words. The numbers there are something that is quite big. More than 1,000 new Ugandans added to our population by the end of today. And the challenges that we have, how do we prepare to provide for these young ones? How do we ensure between today and their 5th birthday, they have the means, the health care that is required to make them grow into healthy children and healthy adults who will realize their potential eventually for the future and make meaningful contributions to this country and to the world. Thank you so much, Anna. That was powerful. May I now take the opportunity and the honor to invite the chairperson of the National Youth Council, Mr. Jacob Ayeru, to share with us a few words as well. Mr. Ayeru, you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have English as good as these people here, but I'll try to use the one that is familiar. I want to start by just welcoming everyone. Thank you so much for showing up. You know, when we are considering how to bring young people here, the biggest challenge is how much it will cost. Not really whether they want to come, because I mean, when we put up the option of people coming to Sheraton, my sister from Arua will run. Even my brother Mutagobwa, who has been here so many times, will hurry In fact, I want to thank him for keeping time. I think it's because it's Sheraton. But what I'm really saying is that I want us to start from here. We thank the people that have supported this. That is ACFODE and CAS. And I'm going to request the young people here to just clap for them, to thank them. What the current youth leadership of the country lacks is support, not ideas. We lack support. That support that can help change how we groom female youth leaders is what we need. And for me, and now noticing that she has arrived in time as she promised me, Honorable Nyamutoru, you're welcome. For me and for the entire National Executive Committee members of the National Youth Council and the youth members of Parliament, our commitment to trying to change, in playing our own part, trying to change this country, is not going to be ever questionable. What will always be questionable is whether we have the capacity to do so, especially financial capacity. Because Anna here has listened to me, I don't know how many times. And every time we talk, I have different ideas for what we can do with CAS support. I have not yet sat down at ACFODE, but from here, and before I finish my speech, I'll already be asking if our mother here, Regina, can help us and just do a program with NYC female youth leaders. And in the benefit of the presence of Nyamutoro, she can confirm working with you on that as National Female Youth Member of Parliament. So for us, really, that is the necessity. And I want to urge young people and young leaders here from all the districts, my brother from Chisoro and my sister from Arua, let us try as much as possible to give hope to the people who support us by how we engage in these spaces. So I expect that today we are going to hear you people speaking. I'm not going to hear people that have not thought out their minds well, but I'm going to hear you giving the authentic stories of your people. Because these issues that we are discussing today are issues that you've gone through, that you've been articulating to us, that we have recorded by your voices in the field. And so we hope that you can present that here today. I also want to thank the panelists. We, if you will notice, carefully chose young people to be on the panel. Almost all our panelists, I want to tell Anna here, are below 30, if not all of them. The intention is to have, as much as possible, a showcasing of the capacity of young people in this country to lead. You can have serious conversations, not just conversations about football or about, I don't know which brand ambassador is where, what the media is feeding the country. Things that cannot in any way groom the fabric of leadership for the country. And so for us, that is where we want to engage. Can we talk about bigger things, important things that actually propel our country's situation and try to make our own contribution? And I'm speaking with a not very happy face because we went through the National Youth Delegates Conference. I remember after the final one, Nyamutoro here sent me a text and said, "Congratulations, my brother. Why would you congratulate me for what is mandated by law?" But that is actually the problem, the youth problem, that it was a struggle for us to meet and discuss something that is necessary as leaders to do. We found a lot of hardship creating that avenue for us to do so. And then she realized that actually going through that, she needed to congratulate me. We seem to easily forgive ourselves of our responsibility as Ugandans. And as we err in that direction, we will realize later on in a middle life crisis, between when you're now between 35, 40, and 50, that you're the actual leaders of the country, but the youth are saying there is no substance coming from the leaders. We want to avoid that. Parliament must have better discussions not discussions of changing t-shirt colors to protest your position. There must be records because young people have spoken that contribute to a bigger build for our country. In my last 1 minute, I want to say very clearly that we will keep trying and we won't stop trying, but we need your help as youth leaders. If in your districts, we can see that the conversations that have happened here are now pushed in your council discussions at district level. The law says your discussions are binding on the youth of your districts and administrative levels. If after here, I can see that the recommendations that have been best practices presented to you by Honorable Nyamutoro or people from civil society or people from the opposition mind sitting here are taken down as a cascading effect, something that we're spreading out, we can slowly but surely contribute to a better country. So I want to urge you, don't lose hope. Don't lament over a country that you are an actor in, much more than you act. In that regard, I hope, therefore, that today we'll have good conversation and we'll have a hope-driving conversation. Last but by no means least, I want to thank my elder brother, Emmy, for accepting to be our keynote speaker. Emmy and I don't talk on phone. I don't even know if we have ever rung each other. I think actually, I know we have never. But we meet once in every blue moon, you know, over 6 months, we bump into each other somewhere. We meet mostly on Twitter. That's where we meet mostly. But Emmy is responsible for an East African Academy for Leadership. And I know that there are about 2 or 3 members of the National Youth Council who are part of that. I thought that it is unfair of Emmy to choose only 3 or 4 who can be recommended by me and maybe Nyamutoro, and then never be heard by all of you. Some of the best brains we have in the country are not present in public spaces because of the quality of public debate. So I hope that we can try to redefine that and benefit as leaders. I thank you all and wish us a happy deliberation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jacob. Again, very interesting words coming from you. Indeed, like we all know, and like it says, the problem we have is not that young people lack ideas. The ideas are there. They are coming up every day. Just when people were introducing themselves, we had the different kinds of activities most of you are involved in: agriculture, entrepreneurship, this and that, political spaces, activism, so many things. Please keep the ideas coming, because just like Jacob said again, the one thing you should never do is lose hope. Keep hope alive and keep the ideas flowing. Now, we're moving on to a very important part of today's conference. And it is again my honor to invite Mr. Emmy Otim to come and deliver his keynote address, which is in line with today's theme on youth participation in governance amid the pandemic, global and national perspectives. Emmy is the Regional Manager, East Africa, Christian Democratic International Center. Emmy, it is an honor to have you. You're most welcome.
Judith, I'm not going to greet these people because they don't respond. So I'm going to go straight to my presentation. My experience has been that when people greet you, you don't respond, unless that's going to change now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good. It's a real honor to be here today and to have been given the opportunity by the organizers of this conference to allow me to come and have a conversation with the young people of this country. And when I was coming this morning, when I left my colleagues, I told them that there's nothing more important happening in this country today than this event. I do not know anything that is more important than this event today. Oh, okay. I've been told to mention that we are going live on NTV right now. So I don't know whether I should tuck in. No, I'm kidding. So it's a real honor to be here today. As part of my work, Before I start my presentation, I'm one believer in supporting young people. So I've seen that there's a young person who is so I'm going to challenge the Honorable here. I'm going to pledge to buy 10 copies of this book this morning. I'm going to challenge the Honorable to beat that number. I also heard that somebody is selling sanitizers at 5,000 each. I'm going to buy 20 of them this morning. Again, I'm going to challenge the Honorable to buy more than that. I also heard that there's a lady who is doing shea butter. I'm also going to buy 20 pieces from the shea butter. And I would like to challenge every other leader who has the ability to support them in this conference to support them. Because part of the way we are going to grow young people is if we support their businesses. And it means young people must support each other. You can't afford to continue fighting each other. And then you think that you're going to make a difference in this country. Yes. That one didn't announce. That's why I am not supporting them. The ones who are shrewd enough announced their businesses. Maybe during the course of the break tea, I might offer my support. But I encourage those who can afford this book at 30,000, buy it. Those who can support the shea butter business, support it. And those who can support the sanitizer business, please support it. This is how you're going to grow yourselves amongst yourselves. So this is October 1986. There's a leader called Samora Machel, a Mozambican leader who perished in a helicopter accident in South Africa. The following year, in 1987, in October, Thomas Sankara, the revolutionary leader of Burkina Faso, was assassinated by his best friend and his vice president then. And then in October again, in 1999, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the independence leader of Tanzania, was pronounced dead in a London hospital in October 1999. I'm talking to leaders today. I do not know which of you is going to die this October. Because it seems like great leaders around this continent have perished in October. But also, that shouldn't worry you, because it is also a month where 2 of my daughters were born. That even when we are losing great leaders, probably we are producing new leaders in October. And today we could be catalyzing a revolutionary conversation that will make young people of this country the biggest stakeholder in the transition debate. So I think that this event is historic, and you might despise it. You might not see the vision that comes with the possibility of this event, but you could be starting a revolutionary discussion that would put you on the map of this country. So I thank you all very much that are part of this conversation. So when I was told I'm going to give a keynote address, so I decided to get a key and also have some notes to make it a keynote address. And so first, let me thank the organizers and the conveners of this conference, ACFODE, CAS, NYC, for honoring me with the opportunity to give this keynote address. I'm particularly impressed with the progressiveness of the new chair of NYC. You are dismantling a long-standing narrative that NYC is an NRM structure by bringing NYC to the people. For the last 10 years, everyone always said, oh, NRM structure, NYC is an NRM structure. And I think by you putting forward NYC and starting these conversations, you're trying to dismantle this narrative that everyone has heard about NYC. And I think that's a good thing, and that's a brave thing on your part as a chair, but also a brave thing on the part of ACFODE and CAS to be funding and supporting and trusting young people. Thank you very much. May I also appreciate in a special way the executive director of ACFODE. I've known Regina not just as a colleague, but a mentor and a mother in the civil society movement. And I'm very happy that she's still leading that organization and mentoring young people in this country. I'm also happy again to meet Anne, the country representative of CAS, for sparing the time and believing in young people in this country. And I keep telling people that in all my work, I've had the opportunity to work with funders from across many European and North American countries. And I can tell you that German funding and the German funders are some of the most authentic funders in their intentions and in their beliefs. So I'm happy that CAS is willing to be part of this historic conversation. And I also accepted to give this keynote address because I knew it was an opportunity to give or to speak to leaders of this country. You are the leaders of this country. You can take this in the present tense, in the future tense, or even in the past tense, depending on your attitude and life goals. My intention this morning is to annoy you, to provoke you, to modestly insult you. And if I am not successful, I'll attempt to walk you through a journey of moving from what is to what ought to be. I'm here to contend that youth are a problem to be solved as part of the process of trying to annoy you. To also affirm that the youth of Uganda are a majority with a minority mindset. The youth of Uganda are a majority with a minority mindset. Young people who want to call themselves marginalized, yet they are the majority in this country. In the last election, the Electoral Commission told us that we had 17 million registered voters. Going by the numbers, at least 10 million of those registered voters were below 35 years. The person who won the presidency, His Excellency, got 6 million votes. If youth organized themselves, they could pick a candidate and vote that candidate and make them a president. Because 10 million of young people are on the register. The winner got 6 million votes. The youth are being mobilized. The youth are not organizing themselves. Organizing is sustainable. Mobilizing is tokenist. We pay you to give out t-shirts. We pay you to beat our opponent. We give you fuel to go and speak on our behalf. Organizing is visionary. Organizing is deciding where you want to go as young people. And I'm hoping that the new leadership of NYC is going to be the epicenter of that organizing. 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25, according to the UN in 2019, making Africa the youngest continent. 40% of young Africans consider their current living situation to be very bad or fairly bad. And 60% of Africans, especially youth, think that their governments are doing a very bad or fairly bad job at addressing the needs of young people. Youth, there's even no universal agreement on who you are. African Union says that young people, youth are between 15 and 35. The UN says between 14 and 25. In Uganda, I think we are not yet clear, but sometimes we say we are between the ages of 15, 18, and 35, and 30. So you are even a contested demographic. We are even contesting who you are, in not just in definition, but also on statistical data. Uganda Bureau of Statistics gives us numbers of unemployed youth in this country. Civil society gives us different numbers. There are even contestations on how many of you are unemployed. But who is the typical Ugandan youth? I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I think a typical Ugandan youth is. A typical Ugandan youth is unemployed, at least according to the statistics that I've seen, or underemployed, or not sure of their employment status. They run an organization, it has no funding, so they say they are employed, but they have no funding, so they have no income. A lot of the young people in this country are paid below the threshold to qualify to be part of a pension scheme. When you go to the hotels, when you go to a lot of security companies, the people that run those businesses pay you just enough so that you don't hit the threshold of paying NSSF. So you can't even earn enough to be able to be part of the pension scheme, but also you don't earn enough to pay taxes, the payee, because they give you just below that threshold. If they are not in the rural area, in the urban area, they stay in the slummy areas. They are very sexually active, and sometimes, almost times, irresponsibly. Yeah, and part of the numbers that Anne is giving us is a combination of irresponsible behavior, but also a combination of non-consensual pregnancies, especially because of COVID. A lot of young ladies being sexually abused during this entire lockdown process. A lot of them are not living, but surviving. And survival comes with its attendant vices, drugs, alcohol, and finding illegal ways of surviving. Some are totally hopeless and therefore have become instruments for hire for politicians who need tools of violence. That a political leader hires you to go and beat his opponent and pays you a meal for that day. The young people also have a tokenist mentality, where you call them for meetings like this, and the first question they ask is their transport refund. They do not care about being part of the vision of the future. They want to know if they are going to be transported. And the question I keep asking is, are youth participating in governance? If yes, in what ways? In political parties, I've seen young people whose job is to pin posters. I've seen every time I go for meetings at political parties, every time we need to move a table, they'll call the youth chairman and say, organize some youth, some young men to move this table. I've sat in meetings where there are women who are more senior than me in age, are being instructed by younger men to give out the tea and the bottles of water at the political party headquarters. Youth have become security brigades for candidates, instruction takers. You're told on what to do. You go at the party headquarters, you're the ones washing the cars of your party leader. You're the one trying to sweep the road as your party leader comes into the headquarters. And when you ask them whether these are enshrined within the constitution of the Youth League, they are not there. But we have normalized this kind of undermining of young people because we have accepted it, and other people think it is okay for young people to be treated like that. But today we come and talk about governance. The question of governance for me comes with three things. How are decisions made? Who has a voice in making the decisions? And ultimately, who is accountable? And I'm very impressed with where everyone comes from. I rarely sit in meetings of young people where you find people from the islands, Buvuma and Kalangala. This is different. That's why I'm telling you that we're in revolutionary times. You could be setting a precedent that is going to change the governance question in this country. But I'm also interested maybe in just mentioning some of the governance spaces available for young people. You have the political space, some of the young people that have decided that they are going to do politics as a way of bringing change or improving the lives of their people. We have some of you who have decided that I'm going to do it through civil society to make a difference in the lives of the people I represent, and some of you who have chosen entrepreneurship as a way of inspiring and making a difference in the lives of young people. Youth must appreciate and respect whichever space one chooses to make their contribution to this country. Some here have chosen membership and participation in political parties as a sure way of ensuring citizen agency. We applaud them. We have people like Matanda Abubakar, who would have found more comfortable spaces in his legal career to make money, to enjoy life. But he deliberately decides that I'm going to work with the political party, not just any political party, not even the ruling party, an opposition party. It takes a lot of sacrifice and visioning to join an opposition party when you had options. So we applaud people like Matanda that are deliberate and open about where they belong and what they want for this country. And I think that the fact that you bring people like him and people that don't believe in his ideas in the same space is a good thing for this country. That as young people, you must start breaking the narrative where your party leaders tell you it is wrong to associate with NRM, it is wrong to associate with the opposition. But when you go to the parliamentary canteen, these guys are buying tea for each other. They are paying lunch for each other. They are running joint businesses. When they go to the youth wings, they tell them it is wrong to work with young people from other political parties. Part of this process, where I'm saying this is revolutionary, is because we must break these narratives. Just because we are from different political parties does not make us enemies. All political parties, all of us want good roads for this country. We want a good education. The only difference is how we want to implement those things, depending on which ideological leaning we have as political parties. But we must embrace each other as young people in this country. And the question I've been asking myself, are these spaces adequate and inclusive and accessible to all young people? And part of your role, those of you in political parties, those of you who are entrepreneurs or in civil society, is to deliberately create more space for young people to participate. The more young people know, the more they will constructively participate in the governance process of this country. But also not all hope is lost, because I've also seen amazing people. On the panel, I know there's somebody called Benjamin who runs an amazing mentorship program for young people. Young people like them have decided that I'm not going to lament. I am going to initiate something that adds value to young people in this country. And we have the opportunity. If you can't join the politics, become an entrepreneur. If you can't become an entrepreneur, go into the civil society space and carve out a niche where you make a contribution to this country at your own level. There's a favorite quote from Frantz Fanon that I like to quote, that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. And the question I've been asking myself when I was coming this morning is, where is the youth movement? Who runs the youth movement? What is the address of the youth movement? What is the vision of the youth movement? We cannot pinpoint who leads the youth movement in this country today because of the contradictions within civil society, the contradictions within the youth in political parties, and maybe those in the business space. I have had the opportunity when I was younger to work with youth organizations, and the infighting, the blackmailing, the mudslinging amongst themselves and before donors is part of what is killing the youth movement. I am hoping that NYC with this initiative is going to regenerate and create a new conversation on what the youth movement is, what the vision is, and where you people want to take this country. Because I keep telling people that the future of this country is in those who are born in the 80s and those who are born in the 90s. We are all looking up to you, mostly because more than any time in the history of this country and this continent, you are the most educated generation. You are the most exposed generation. You are the most traveled generation. But more importantly, you are the most connected generation because of technology. Why don't you take advantage of this connectedness and create a new movement that defines where this country needs to go? Define a vision for young people. And then those who believe in you, like CAS and ACFODE, and some of us who are willing to be part of this process, will come and support the movement. We need the movement. But I also want to tell you that the struggle for governance, the struggle for change, and the struggle for reforms across the world has been a struggle of young people. If I take you back a little bit in history, in 1974, one of the biggest uprisings ever in the history of South Africa was students, primary school students who rose up against the apartheid regime in 1974, because they were forcing them to study in a language that they didn't want to use as part of their communication. Young people rose up in South Africa. In 1989, in the Tiananmen Square in China, young people rose up and hundreds were shot dead because they wanted reforms in the country. Student leaders. In the Arab Spring, those who have been watching the Arab Spring across most parts of Africa, that started in Tunisia, went to Libya, to Egypt, to Yemen, to Syria, and to Bahrain. Some of them left leaders out of power, but very critical is that a lot of the people that rose and went to all these Tahrir squares across these Arab countries were young people. But the people who eventually took power were not young people, because young people mobilized, but they did not organize. Mobilization is temporary. Organization is permanent. You create structures, you define where you want to go. So in all the Arab Spring countries, young people rose up, demonstrated, regimes fell, but they are not prepared to take over leadership because they just mobilized. They did not organize. They did not ask themselves, what if Mubarak falls? Who of us takes over power? So a lot of them mobilize without thinking of what happens when this guy falls. And these are conversations you must be very open about when you start having conversations about the movement. And finally, as I wrap up, I also want to say that the contradictions that must be handled by the youth movement in this country is to define whether you want to compete with each other or to collaborate with each other. And that is part of what is breaking the youth movement, especially in civil society. The same donor giving them money to do the same thing. And yet young people can say, can we jointly write a proposal and run this activity? But what we are doing is that, oh, for us, we are bigger than you, we can't collaborate with you. And then what happens is that the ones that lose out go back and blackmail the one that won the proposal. And what happens, the donor pulls out, and then the entire youth movement loses. Are we competing or we are collaborating? One of the contradictions we must deal with as young people, especially in civil society. And I am hoping that NYC is going to take lead in these conversations and convening conversations about how do we collaborate rather than compete with each other. And finally, one of the things I would like to implore you, NYC and everyone else who wants to be part of this conversation, which you practice. What is the direction we need to take? It should not matter whether they are NRF, if they are competent and they can represent me to be willing to support them as well. But what we have done is that parties have mobilized us. The parties have mobilized the youth because they are organized. You're not organized because you do not have a movement. You do not have a movement because you're competing against each other. The older generation is not competing against each other. They sit together and say, how do we use the young people for our political end? My advice to young people is that there must be a movement. Some of us were part of these processes. Some of us feel disappointed that there's no address for the youth movement. We are hoping that address can be created. I can also say that a lot of the young people, at least I know the current youth leaders, representatives in parliament, that your intentions are good, but we must mobilize beyond NYC. We must mobilize beyond our political parties. We must mobilize beyond the regions we come from. If the young people are going to demand for what belongs to them, the more you organize them, the less they are going to be violent on the street, because then there's a vision that they're looking at. The more you mobilize the youth, the more they are going to be organized in their demands in the district council, in NYC, and all these spaces that they work in. So my imploration to you is, don't be mobilized. Find a space where you organize yourselves and vision for this country, vision for the future. A lot of us are looking up to you. You still have the energies. When I got married and now have 3 daughters, every time I want to come and fight, I'm asking myself, what about my daughters? The opportunity is always higher now when you're not yet married, when you're still single. You are more risk averse. But imagine if the risk you're taking is organized and visionary. Imagine if the risk you're taking is calculated to achieve something for this country and something for yourself. And every time we have opportunities like this, we are not organizing for ourselves, we're organizing for the next generation. I am hoping that my children will come and find a better space that you've created. I am hoping that in the spaces I am, I can always come back and give back to this generation. And I just want to tell you that I believe in you. I believe in this generation. I believe in your ability to provide leadership for this country, for your political parties, civil society organization, and as entrepreneurs. And I believe that you are the key to the future of this country. Use that key well. Talk to each other. Create a movement and start a conversation for the future. Thank you very much, NYC, ACFODE, and CAS for the opportunity to speak to the young people of this country. I wish you nice deliberations.
Thanks a lot, Emmy. That has been a very powerful keynote on youth participation in governance amid the pandemic, sharing with us global and national perspectives. Very good points to reflect upon, I'm sure. It was also sobering for me. A lot of questions that I kept asking myself, but I'm very sure by the end of the day, we should get a good sense of direction based on the insights and views that you've shared with us. Very appreciative, Emmy. We now move on to the next session of this conference, which is our first panel discussion about the experiences of young leaders in the 2020 election year. May I now take the pleasure and honor to invite Mr. Godwin Toko Abunia, who will be moderating this session. Okay, this is also a special request to you all to limit movement because of the TV recording. We don't want to interrupt what the technical team backstage is doing. Godwin, you're most welcome. The floor is yours, and we shall be following this session with keen interest. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, as already introduced, I am Godwin Toko, and I am going to moderate the next session, where I'm going to talk to some youth leaders and find out their experience participating in the previous election. So without further ado, and in the interest of time, allow me invite my panel, beginning with Mr. Abubakar Matanda. Yes, Mr. Matanda joins us from the Alliance for National Transformation, where he is the team leader for the youths. He is also the chairperson of the Youth Council in Bududa District. Before that, he served as the guild president at IUIU and he also participated in the National Youth Council elections. We shall have a question and a few on that, his experience and everything. Joining us now is going to be Nyamutoro Fiona. Nyamutoro is currently serving as the National Female Youth MP. Before that, she also served as the Vice Guild President at Makerere University and on the Youth Council in Nebi District. Last but not least, we are joined by Mr. Burobuto Jothan. Jothan has a longer name that people decided to shorten, so they refer to call him as Jaja Yam. Now, Jaja Yam is the Executive Director of the National Youth Council, recently appointed. Before that, he served as President, Uganda National Student Association. The same position was also held by Matanda, and I forgot to say that. Uganda Youth Network, yes, and he was also the speaker at Makerere University. So the panel is set, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have not an interview, not an interrogation, just a conversation. And I must add that a brief one with the lady and the gentleman here, and dig into their mind, pick their experience participating in the election that we just went through. So in the interest of time, let's begin with Fiona. Fiona Nyamutoro, good morning.
Good morning, Godwin.
Okay, so I just want to put this to you. You're currently serving as a member of parliament. Did it at any one point cross your mind while you were growing up that at some point you'd possibly be a member of the August House?
Yes, it did.
It did?
Yes.
Now, since it did, I want to know, when you set out to participate in the election, yours was a slot that required you to traverse the country. What was the experience like, especially given the fact that there was COVID restrictions in movement, you could only meet 200 people. So just take us through that, the main things that you experienced and lessons you learned and all that.
My own experience of being a candidate in the previous election was very interesting. It was adventurous for me as a person, but then it was also very, very intentional, because everything that I experienced in the election, I expected. Other than all my other opponents, I was sure I was the most prepared candidate for that race, because it took me 5 years seated and planning to be the next National Female Youth MP. I was present when we voted my predecessor, Honorable Adeke Ann, and I remember the moment they declared her as winner. I had a friend who was standing next to me, who is also a member of parliament now, Liliana Bear. I told her, you know I am next, right? She said, go for it. So my experience as a candidate was a mixture of many things. Humanly, along the way, there are challenges that I met that tried to get to me, that tried to hurt me, that tried to break me, but none of them kept me from going because I expected them. I had studied the trend of an electoral college so much that I was sure when I interacted with someone along the way, I knew if I had convinced them, I knew if they were thinking about it, or I knew if they were not interested. COVID-19 to me came as a blessing in disguise, because it offered me a platform to reach out my campaign exactly the way I had tailored it to be. For the other candidates, I want to believe COVID-19 stretched them, because I had an issue with electoral colleges, especially the national race, that candidates would come and converge people at sub-regional level, the electorates, and talk to them, and then that is it. It was even worse in the NRM primaries. Candidates would meet the electorates in Nambole, and in a wink of an eye, before you know it, the wave is taking on someone, and they are the flag bearer the next day. This time it was different. We had to go and look for these electorates in their homes. We had to go and have a personal interface with each of them to understand first why exactly they were in leadership themselves, what they expected of their leader, and if they had any vision for this country. hopefully in my race, I want to believe that everyone that participated in it has no regrets. I'm sure they got to learn a lot. They got exposed to a much bigger network, and they got to understand with a better perspective the leadership gap that we have in Uganda. One of the challenges that was clear outlaid throughout my campaign was the appreciation of leadership by the young people in this country. And that has always affected our vision as the next future leaders of Uganda. I reached some people, I vividly remember, because I used to narrate this even during my campaign trail. There was a young man in the East whom on face value, at first sight, I thought was a very reasonable young gentleman. But after I spoke to him, it took me about 40 minutes of sitting down, explaining my agenda and everything that I had to put on table to convince him to vote for me. At the end of it all, he said, "Nyamtoro, you have spoken well, but I only have one reason as to why I am going to give you my vote. You have a beautiful smile." The me who was a candidate was of course happy that I have a vote counted, but the leader in me wasn't that pleased by his reason. And all through the campaign, I remember this particular young man kept emphasizing the smile issue until I reached a point and said, okay, I thought my smile would always pass, but I did not know that it had that much impact. It reached a point that after the primaries, I had to give him a call and said, is the smile going to take us through the general election as well? When I noticed that he was part of the youth council structures as well. It was not that funny for someone to give a compliment at that time, because I expected a better feedback. I expected him to question my understanding of why I think I should be the candidate. I expected him to give me his expectations of what he would want his youth member of parliament to be. Unfortunately, it was a mindset that was cutting across about 30 or 40% of the electorate. And my race is entirely affirmative action oriented. So you find we are all female. And then before you know it, it is a sexist debate.
Okay.
You find them comparing our looks. You find them comparing our walking styles. You find them comparing how we dress and neglecting the core of what makes us to present ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. I will definitely get back to you. I want now to move to Mr. Burobuto. Mr. Burobuto is a jack of all trades and a master of many. Mr. Burobuto in 2017 announced, to the surprise of many of us who were students like him, that he wanted to seek membership at IALA. Some thought that was too ambitious of him, and yet, as if to put all the caution, throw all the caution to the wind, last year again, I think it was 2019, he met me and a couple of other friends and announced he was going to go for the presidency of Uganda. Now, in the end, it didn't materialize. He didn't run for the presidency, but he had actually gone some mileage. He had invested in time and some effort. So I want to pick up your mind on that. Burobuto, you know that the very fact that you thought of running for presidency was because the constitution was amended in 2017 to lower the age limit. So is that particular amendment a blessing to the young people today who can run for presidency, even at 18 years? Or you think that maybe it should have stayed at 35, maybe we're not yet that prepared? Over to you, Jothan.
I'll borrow Fiona's so that I don't seem to be alone using this one. I don't seem to be talking to myself when I use this one. I hope, Mr. Moderator, that is allowed.
Sure.
Thank you, Toko, for that wonderful question. But if you allow me a minute to just say thank you to the organizers of today's event, CAS, National Youth Council, and ACFODE, especially my brother, Comrade Jacob Eyeru. I think the spirit is quite appreciated, but also importantly to ACFODE. being an ED of a civil society organization, much as I'm just 3 weeks old, and I hope to tap into your experience, Madam ED, but that you still gave us platform on your event shows very good spirit that you appreciate that we are not competitors, but players in the same field. And if it comes to matters of young people, I think civil society should be able to work as partners. So thank you very much. Of course, without overlooking the contribution of CAS in this matter. Now, just 2 things so that they can shape my position on this panel. The vision of Uganda Youth Network is to contribute to a peaceful and prosperous society led by an accountable government system. And our mission is to build, mark those words carefully, to build, empower, and this is the one I love, sustain. And then the next one, vibrant youth movement that fosters sustainable economic development and champions an accountable governance system. In due course, we shall engage you more on that vision and mission, but I hope I've placed it into context. Now, my hope is that by the time we end our discussion here, we are coming closer to an answer to the question that keeps bothering my mind. What unites us together as young people of Uganda? So as we continue these deliberations, please continue reflecting on that question, because unless we are able to agree on what unites us, a bare minimum, it is not possible for us to have a vibrant youth movement that moves towards the same minimum agenda. So keep reflecting on that. Now, was the amendment wonderful to young people? Every cloud, is it what they say, has a silver lining?
Every dark cloud.
Yeah, it's a yes and no. No, because it allowed some people continue, in the governance even after such a long time. Yes, that it allowed very many young people offer themselves for leadership in city council elections. It energized me to offer myself for the position of presidency. And by the way, the bid did not materialize because of my inability or the inability of my team, because Justice Biavakama, the chairman of the Electoral Commission, and the Electoral Commission up to now have never given us reason why they refused to nominate and verify us. So my answer to your question is a yes and no in that kind of sense.
Okay, thank you. Now, still on that very issue, you realize that even when a young person of 18 can run for presidency today, they are required to get 100 signatures in 2/3 of the district. A rough calculation of that 135 districts we have will show that that is about 90 districts in Uganda. They're also required to pay 20 million. Now, how realistic is that for a young person that is fresh out of campus and wants to seek the presidency in this country?
One, what Comrade Emmy talked about, that it is funny that we are the majority, but have a minority mindset. And I will add a vulnerability mindset. You see, even when the bars could be unfair, but the first question should not be the unfairness of those bars. No. They throw you a bar and saying, will we manage this? The question should be, how do we overcome this hurdle? How do we overcome this bar? Yes, certainly it's a lot of money, 20 million shillings. Yes, certainly 100 signatures per district needs facilitation to gather those signatures. But I mean, you're talking about 75% below 30. So you as a young person who is intending to run, the fact that you cannot at a very minimum cost mobilize those signatures across the country also shows your level of failure to organize, what Amy was talking about. Because in here, you have, I don't know how many chairpersons of the National Youth Council. For example, if Comrade Jacob decided to run in 2026 for presidency, I'd be shocked if he couldn't raise the 100 signatures, because right now he has a chairperson that he receives feedback from the district, and a structure that goes until the village. And having had the opportunity for some of us that have been a little bit privileged by the grace of God to be in these universities that allow us a network across the country, you should be serious at that level, then you can address the hurdle later. So for me, yes, it's a hurdle, but it shouldn't be a cry that it's, such a hurdle that denies you opportunity to therefore commit and undertake to what you believe in. We must have a stronger drive. We must have stronger determination. We must have a stronger understanding of purpose of a generation. Thank you.
Okay, Abu Beka Matanda. So you are chairperson of Bududa Youth Council. But at the top here, we have the youth MPs, we have the National Youth Council. And I remember you once quoting someone that said, I don't remember the exact facts, but you quoted this to me. You said that every ruling class will get some of the oppressed people, give them a little bit of comfort, and use them to rule over the rest of the oppressed people. When you look at these youth structures, when you look at Nyamutoro, Fiona, and all these MPs, just 5 of them in a parliament of 529, are they that class that, well, they are there to represent the youth in quotes, but there's just not much they can do. They're just part of the system. That if the youth are going to strike, they can easily call Fiona to calm them down, but nothing much after. Is that how you view them, or do you think that they're actually doing a lot and they're very relevant to the youth down in the last village in Bududa?
Well, thank you very much, Toko, for that question. I would like first of all to clarify that I'm not the chairperson of Bududa District Youth Council. I'm the Secretary of Finance. And so I'm among the 3 that represent Bududa District Youth Council to the National Youth Council. But the members of the National Youth Council from Bugisu sub-region thought that I would also make a contribution as a chairperson of what we call Bugisu Youth Council, which is a caucus of some sorts. Yes, thank you. Yeah, but I thought I would clarify such that when I go back to Bududa, I don't get issues on the border. Secondly, your question comes from what you quoted as something I said about how in every society, there's usually the mass that is marginalized, that is othered, that is excluded. But in every mass, the ruling class or the powers at the time pick a few among them and facilitate them or allow them some leverage of that power. And then these are used to mobilize the others to make sure that this power structure is not upset. That was a philosophical position. It is in every society. It has been with us throughout history. But if you had to bring it home, you would say, for example, if you look at the forces, you'll find the foot soldiers who earn very little and have lives that you may not admire, but they are led by a class of people, with red pips and who enjoy a certain life. You could go to, say, teachers. You'll have a mass of teachers who earn peanuts, but then you'll have a leadership either through the ministry or even associations that are formed among them. So, for example, like UNATU. And so you'll find those who are in the leadership having some packs of power, and either consciously or unconsciously, they sort of make sure that however uncomfortable these are, they never upset the system. I think that's just the nature of life. But of course, as strugglers for justice, we always make sure we want to push as much as possible to reduce that. But to apply it to the youth structures, Uganda, for the record, has some of the best youth structures in the world in terms of being there, being present. because I know most of the people here are council members, so they are aware that as National Youth Council, we have presence in every village in this country. And you know that by the time we reached at these levels we are talking about, we had to win elections at the village. Okay, we know we declared sole candidates, but we had to win at the village, at the parish, at the sub-county, at the district, and then at the national level. And then, of course, we have structures like the Uganda National Students Association. We have civil society structures like the Uganda Youth Network. And one could argue that we have presence actually even on the other tables. For example, I usually tell people that our parliament is actually among the youngest parliaments in the world. I had a colleague who told me whenever they would go for East African Games, colleagues from Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda would think, are these parliamentarians from Uganda, or have they brought Cubans, as we call them, Bachuba, because they are young. So even when at some levels, like cabinet, people usually quote the average age of our cabinet, but it is also true that many organs in this country are filled with young people. The question is, in substance and in terms of holding actual power, and in politics, we are talking about resources. Is this representation, can it be said to translate to them dealing with the issues of the youth? And of course, as Jacob, our chairperson, stated at the very first statement he made, the challenge is not ideas or presence. The challenge is support. We have sung once and again, for example, that is embarrassing for the National Youth Council, large as I've described it, to have barely 2 billion Uganda shillings. Just think about it, to organize. It is no wonder that so many opportunities like this that enable us to meet. There are some council members, I'm on a meeting here for the first time since we had the elections last year, yet we belong to the same National Youth Council. So when we talk about actual resources, and I should say it is also historical, because as you may be aware, in many of our societies, African societies, youth, ours was largely what political scientists call a gerontocracy, where those who rule are elders, male elders, to be clearer. So women and youth in our African societies play the role of, you are deployed. You're deployed in security, you're deployed to cook food, but when it comes to making the decisions, it is the male elders who would sit and make the decision. Why? Because they even had the means of production, they control the wealth. Because if we are going to war and we need cows, how many cows are you going to bring? And so even now, when we don't talk in terms of cows or an elders council, the spirit, that gerontal spirit still persists among us. And so it shows up in our presence, not being so much in substance, but in form. You seem to want to ask a follow-up question.
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Matanda, for that very powerful answer. I want now to move back to Fiona. So Fiona, you are one of 5 youth MPs in Parliament. Like Emmy enunciated earlier, that position is actually described among the special interest groups. It's together with people that are disabled, it's together with workers and other groups that are considered sometimes as vulnerable. So how optimistic are you that the 5 of you, if you calculate 5 as a percentage of 529, you end up getting 0.94, which you can round off to 1%. How optimistic are you that the 1% of you in that parliament can bring about any serious change in a situation where decisions are normally made at certain caucuses and then brought only to be rubber stamped and all the things that we know of our own political system?
Thank you, Toko. I just wanted to say before it skips my mind that I have never seen Jotham look this good. This ED job is not bad at
all. I can see you've learned from your voter.
Sure, I am seeking his contact right now. I am very optimistic about the representation of the young people in the 11th Parliament. This discussion of the number of the members of the youth MPs vis-a-vis their delivery mechanism has been a debate among the young people for a long time. And we are at a point where we appreciate that when it comes to the young people, it might not necessarily be about the numbers, but about their ability to stand and advocate for issues that affect them. When you look at the composition of the parliament, we have very many young members of parliament. Very many of them are under 30. And when issues are tabled on the floor for debate, you would find very few would stand and particularly bring it from a young person's lens. So I think that should be able to guide us enough that the 5 members is able representation. It wouldn't hurt to have more, but the quality of the representation is what matters. And this time around, I am very proud of the young people that all the legislators they sent out to represent them understand the youth agenda very well and are passionate and committed to delivering the same.
Okay, thank you. Now, we are going to wrap this up in the interest of time. Our time is fast spent. So I want to start with Jothan, the wrap up. Jothan, the issue of campaign financing. There's an independent report that said for an MP in Uganda, want to be an MP in Uganda, they need about 500 million shillings. This is money clearly many young people won't be able to raise, even as they are the majority, like you said earlier. And that is a real threat to their participation in the politics of this country, especially at such levels. So how do we go about this? If you're speaking to the youth that are in this house that would wish to run for MP, say in 2026, how do they go about such an insurmountable challenge on the face of it?
I'm not sure, Toko, when you say wrap up, you mean that this will be the last time I'll be speaking?
The second last,
okay.
I'll come back on you.
Okay.
But make it brief as.
Okay. One, clearly, why those kind of policies and laws are passing is that we don't have capacity yet, like Amy was talking about, of a formidable youth movement. Because if we did in the first place, those kind of policies and laws would not pass because we would have the ability to mobilize against them. So now that we don't have that capacity yet, we must think of ways, because the system is not clearly, since they are already proposing them, it is clear that they are trying to lock you out. And yet you're still struggling with building that capacity. So we must, as we strive to build that capacity, we must find creative ways on how we continue overcoming those hurdles. For example, if you are running for an MP position and you're required to pay 3 million, how do we empower ourselves so that we are creative enough to mobilize from our friends to raise this kind of money? For example, we have wedding meetings and raise money for weddings. How birthdays, we throw birthday parties for our friends that are way beyond this amount of money. So how do we start creatively thinking about ways of managing these hurdles as we build that capacity? And again, it's again the question of mindset, appreciating the agenda of the generation, and that's where we need to begin from.
Thank you. So Matanda, in a minute, I want to know, how did COVID-19 affect your campaign? And from what you saw with other people running as youths, maybe you had a conversation with Fiona and someone else, how did it affect? Did it make your work? Fiona said it was a blessing in disguise for you. Did it make your work easier? Did it make it harder as you were trying to campaign and become the national youth chairperson?
Thank you very much. In my O level, in a subject I didn't like very much, called chemistry, there was something called a catalyst. So a catalyst is a substance that increases a chemical reaction without it being destroyed itself in the process. And I like to look at COVID-19 as a catalyst to all the obstacles that already existed. And Honorable, you are fortunate that for it was a blessing in disguise. For many of us, it was a very big obstacle that we had to work against. I would hazard, I don't like speculation, but possibly without COVID-19, I think I would be the chairperson of the National Youth Council. Because, yes, and that's not to say I'm uncomfortable with the choice we made. Jacob, we are in very able hands. I think it was a good alternative. ACFODE here trained all of us were from university to offer leadership and to articulate issues. But you remember that the roadmap for the youth elections was actually moved from March onwards into November. What that did was that I was born on the 9th of September, 1990. And so when the roadmap was moved, I realized that by the time we reached the national elections, I would have made 30. And I'm a lawyer, so you can be sure I'd read the act through and through. And so I said, okay, I think I can't run. And I hung up my boots. I remember talking to some people and they told me, you are not serious. That's a small issue. So some of our colleagues, a small issue. But for me, it was a big issue. And so I said, I'm not going to run. And that was until a letter came up from Electoral Commission saying that actually the 30 is not at the point of elections, but it's at a point when the youth register was created. So I was back in the race. Of course, later that position was changed and I was thrown out of the election. That's why I say, if the election had happened earlier, whether that was illegal or not, it would have not arisen. But to go back to the earlier point I made, there are about 3 barriers which I think COVID catalyzed. Number one is the barrier of information. We all know that many young people are not even aware of this structure. I challenged many of the council members when we were having elections at Maya, that how many young people out there know that we are here electing their leaders. COVID, of course, made it even more difficult for that information to be accessed. Second, the commercialization. I don't know how many calls I shared with Jacob Heru during those campaigns, because we had a common denominator of not having money. And yet we needed to move the whole country to campaign and meet people. We just keep comparing notes. Are we going to walk today? Are we going to do what? What COVID-19 did is that even the friendly forces, collaborators that would have supported us could not. And so the commercial and just movements, even if you had to use public transport, which I was hoping to use, the prices had more than quadrupled. Now, everywhere you looked was just a big obstacle. But the final, and in my view, another big obstacle is, I think that this country does not take youth elections serious. The way the Electoral Commission conducts youth elections, I think some schools organize prefectorial elections better. So with COVID, we just had to push Electoral Commission, for example, to just publish information, advertise on TV that elections are happening. I got so many calls after the village elections, because after the village elections, I think NOP had won some positions in the central, so it was all over. So everyone was saying, wait, which council is this? How do we participate? And we are telling them, sorry, if you missed at the village, it is done. Try in 2025. So, and then, of course, if you are to go into the election itself, I was shocked, for example, that as candidates, there was no platform for us to speak to the electorate. Jacob here did not give us a speech. You can be sure he would have given a groundbreaking speech at Maya when we were going to have the election. That opportunity was not there. So I think that COVID-19, of course, just like for everything else, was a very big distortion. But Jacob asked us not to lament more than we act. And so we could say that we thank God we are here and we are still moving.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to get your conclusion. I'll begin with Jothan. Give us your conclusion, and since there are many people here from different parts of the country, you could also announce your 2026 bid. We can't sleep over it for all these years and know what we should expect at the ballot in 2026 for the presidency.
Yeah, Comrade Mutagovia here, the chairperson of Chivoga, was among my mobilizers. But he was actually among the top team, the ideologue. But 6 months closer to the nominations, he disappeared. But that will be a discussion of another day. As we close it off, I wish we had a bit of more time. We weren't seeking office of presidents for the sake of the presidency. The things that Comrade Emmy was trying to echo here, these divisions in political parties, we came up with a progressive youth platform to try to rise above those divisions and try to run on a platform that seemed to unite all of us to begin that growth of a youth movement that looks beyond party affiliations and very many other things that divide us. But the idea is this to all fellow young people: whichever divide you're in, the idea is not to get into position. The idea is not to get into the presidency. We should aspire to see that we facilitate our leaders into a situation of an accountable governance system. Once we are able to achieve that, jokers will not offer themselves for these positions because they will know that they'll have to account. Those that will seek these offices will be on the alert because they will know that there is a youth movement that is sober, that will bring you to account if you do not deliver on your responsibilities. The last one, and I thought that we shouldn't let it go, much as I agreed with very many things from Comrade Emmy, but I think it is unfair for him to send only the single ones to the front line because he says that for him he's married and he has 2 children. So he's sending all of us the front lines to fight on the front line. We need to encourage everybody to be part of this movement. Yes, as young people, the discussion is ongoing. Like you said, it has started, and thank ACFODE and the organizers. It has started early to organize towards providing leadership of that organization. But we must encourage everybody to be part of it, because you see, even if you stayed home, it is better to die ensuring that there is a country for your daughters than stay home and burn with your daughters when that country starts burning. So I leave you with a question again: what brings us together as young people? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jotham Brobuto. Fiona Nyamutoro, very fast. You decried the sexism in the race, in the youth elections. I want to pick your mind. What hope then do you give to the young girl out there that is listening to you now, watching us on TV, and hopes that someday she will participate in these very elections? Where can she find the hope? What can she learn from your experience and all that you went through?
The hope of the girl child in politics is in character. Because, for example, I just brought out a very light example of sexism and how it is done on the surface in discussions, but then it goes much deeper to very many young women that are participating in politics. Some are harassed at the cost of getting votes. Others are cornered into sexual favors and very many unfortunate things that happen. So how do you decide to handle it as your own personal being is what drives you there? If your character thinks that it is easily gotten by having a few favors here and there, then that is your choice. But if you think that you could choose the path of integrity, a psychological strong mind that could stand and surpass all those challenges, then it is very much possible. I am a living testimony that you could campaign among very many males who are much more than the females in the electorate and still get their votes without necessarily getting sexually attached.
Thank you. Matanda, where you were able not to run for the National Youth Council chairpersonship, a youth actually ran for the presidency in this country. He campaigned for all the days and he didn't win. What do you make of that particular youth? I didn't want to mention names, but there's no offense. We know that Katumba, many know him as Katumba Oye, but he's actually Katumba John, ran, in quotes, a very successful campaign up to the end. What do you make of his campaign? Everything that he did, is he the representation of the youth in this country, or there is more to the story than met the eye during the campaigns?
Yeah, thank you very much. Katumba asked some police officer at a petrol station who was stopping him from campaigning, that did you see me say Katumba Oye? That was very epic. But I think in Katumba's campaign, there are two things, and I would like this to be my parting shot. The keynote speaker today asked us to organize more than mobilize. To organize, you need to talk, you need to move. And I see two impediments that I want to call you for us to collaborate and deal with them if we are to organize, which can be seen through Katumba's campaign. Number one is that the space to organize has been commercialized so much, just as the keynote speaker said, that even just to go to Bududa and attempt to meet my chairpersons at the sub-county level, the first question is, how much are you going to offer? I know that it has always not been like this. I know that it is not like that in some societies. So I want to ask us, starting with yourself, we all, of course, want to survive and we want money. But when it comes to matters national, I would want to ask that, starting with yourself, that we try to start to deal with this whole question of commercialization of organizing, and therefore not being taken serious. I appeared on a panel during that campaign with Katumba, and he was talking about commercialization, raising nomination fees, but also even organizing. Secondly, as we speak now, there are too many young people, especially in this part of the country where we are, who are in prison on charges like inciting violence, flaunting COVID regulations, but we all know they're in prison simply because they have a different idea or different ideas from those who govern. It has become increasingly difficult to have a political conversation in Uganda. Sometimes I look at our colleagues in Kenya holding rallies, and they hurl insults at each other, but that's organizing. In Uganda now, people are just going to burials. That's when you can have an opportunity to speak. People are going to churches. And so I think that's about time we had a conversation as a country as to where we want to go. Because if the brutality and the impediments that we are seeing every time there is an attempt to have a political discussion continue, then we are going to push people to use alternative means, like what some young people in 1980 were pushed to. So if in this question that Katumba asked the police officer, like, many of us could not understand why anyone would want to antagonize that meeting of 3 people for Katumba at that level. Yes, of course, COVID was a convenient excuse, but I think that what is clear is that the space has been brutalized as much as it has been commercialized. And if we don't reflect on this and deal with it, it will be very hard for us to organize. Thank you.
Thank you. Organization is the key. Thank you to this distinguished panel. Our time is fast spent. I'm going to hand back the microphone to the host of the day. The panel here, I'm going to read you. I will take that privilege of reading very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You'll follow me as we go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panel, moderated by Toko. Thank you so much, Toko. That was a brilliant job. To the panelists, Matanda, Honorable Fiona, and Jothan, it was great having you. We'll request that we take a break for about 10 minutes. Just have a short coffee break, have some refreshments. Also take this opportunity to say hello to faces you haven't seen in a while. And then let's get back and reconvene the next session. Thank you.
I'm going to request us to really be brief with a break tea. At exactly 20 minutes past midday, we should be reconvening for a second panel session. Just grab your bite, pick your tea, come back to your seat.
Some Airtel man.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As you have your coffee break, we also would like to reconvene the next session. And our next panel will be discussing youth and COVID-19, new perspectives on innovation. May I please invite Faith Mulungi, who will be moderating this session. Faith, you will be joined by your panelists. You'll please come and invite them.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? I understand if you can't say hello, I wouldn't want you to be choked by that delicious chicken. My name is Faith Mulungi, and I'm going to take you through the next panel session. Really, really excited. We're going to talk about youth innovation and the impact that COVID-19 has had on us. And without taking any much of your time, although I'm going to request that as we munch away, please give me your ears. Please give us your ears. And if you are into tweeting, the hashtag is UG Youth Conference 21. I'll repeat, UG Youth Conference 21. No spaces, no happening there. And you know what? You stand a chance to see yourself up there, which I think is a really cool thing, right? So keep the people informed on what you're sharing, and so that we just keep the information flowing, all right? Now, without taking any much of your time, I would definitely like to call up today, and I would definitely I'll start with Esther Birungi. I'm going to go by the adage, ladies first. But when you come to Uganda, they say ladies first when there is no trouble. So Esther Birungi is coming right up, and she is a lot of things, this young woman. She is a digital influencer. If you have a campaign that you really, really want to trend online for her to raise information and awareness around, Esther is your person. But she also is the founder of Birungi Charities. She is a digital marketer, and she also calls herself a girl child activist. Welcome, Esther. And it's also an honor to be chatting with Gilbert Junior Brejea, who happens to be the Programs and Partnerships Manager, Startup Uganda. It's okay, you can clap, guys. It's absolutely okay. So Gilbert, if you are around, please come and grace us with your presence. And that is Mr. Odoi Bernard. Now, I'm also told that he's not only an MP, but he's also an entrepreneur. He happens to make sure that that garbage is well taken care of with his company, Ben City. You are very welcome. Yes, please clap. Thank you. Now, for my panelists, I'm hoping that you're doing great. So just a little housekeeping. Should you have something to say, right on your microphones to your left, you can use the on and off button. And we are doing that because we do not want to have feedback with the sound. So if you have something to say, you switch on your microphone. If you're done talking, you switch off your microphone. And good afternoon, gentlemen and lady.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm hoping that you're doing great. And today we are just going to be chatting about youth, COVID-19, and a new perspective on innovation, all right? And I'm glad that you are evidently young people, and I believe that you have a wealth of wisdom for us. So I will ask us to briefly just tell us a bit more about what you do as a young person, okay? I know I've introduced you, but I believe I've not done so much justice. So I'm going to start with Gilbert, and then Esther, and then we'll get to hear from Bernard. You're welcome.
Thank you. Gilbert Junior Brejea are my names, and I am the Programs and Partnerships Manager at Startup Uganda. For those who may not know Startup Uganda, it is an association of entrepreneurship and innovation support organizations in Uganda. We are now 28 members, and these are organizations that do support innovators, that do support entrepreneurs, to not only by giving them the skill they need, the networks they need, the market they need, and also providing a platform to access finances and investment. So we now have the main hubs that you may have heard about, the likes of Innovation Village, Outbox, Macquarie Innovation Incubation Center, Design Hub, and many others that are spread across the country, are those that we support to build their capacity so that they can support more of the entrepreneurs and more of the innovators. I'm glad to be part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you for making time, Gilbert. I'm hoping that you are now more acquainted with what Gilbert does. So let's move on to Esther.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Birungi. I am a law student at Uganda Christian University. I am the founder of Birungi Charities, an organization that stands for economic empowerment, social justice, sexual reproductive health rights, and then education. And on top of that, I'm also a digital marketer. Many of you may know me off Twitter. So I do a little bit of digital marketing as well.
Thank you, Esther. And last but not least, Bernard.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Bernard Odoi Onen. I work with Ben City. Ben City is a waste management company where we collect waste, both hazardous and non-hazardous waste. We recycle waste, we sort waste, and currently we're engaged in production of pavers using plastics like this. We do this, one, to create employment, but fundamentally also to protect our environment and train our young people that there's always a way out within our society. And it's incumbent upon us as a generation to protect our environment for the future that will come long after us. Thank you.
Wow, all these three amazing young people are doing so much, and I wish I had the opportunity to interact with each and every one of you, because I believe that each of us is doing something in one way or another. However, for my panelists, and this one you can answer at will, when 2020 hit, none of us saw the pandemic coming. None of us were ready for the lockdown. However, if you're to remember the very first lockdown, most of us found ourselves with so much time on our hands, okay? And there were even motivational speeches of, if you let this lockdown go and you've not learned A, B, C, D, you know, if you let this go and you've wasted your time. I would like to know, from your experience, would you say that we've seen an increment in the innovation and creation of ideas by young people between 2020 and 2021? If no, why not? If yes, why? We could start with you, Gilbert, since you work with Startup Uganda.
Yeah, and that question just rhymes with the discussion that was on earlier, the previous panel, on how most of the colleagues were talking about how when COVID came, it wasn't a disruption completely negatively, but somehow they were explaining, or they were sharing stories on how they would benefit from it. So for us who are in the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, COVID came, but it didn't get us completely pants down, if I could say. There are some of the things that we have always advocated for, especially within our ecosystem, that most of the innovations, most of the businesses have in periods of situations where there are pandemics like COVID. In fact, in one of our earlier discussions somewhere, we were discussing COVID-20, and that was last year. Our discussion was that there is COVID that has come and disrupted everything around, but there is COVID-20 that is coming. Maybe now we could be thinking about COVID-22 that is coming. Not necessarily COVID as COVID, but there's something that is going to come that is more or less like COVID. So from our own assessment already, since last year, innovation has grown almost to its peak, if I could say. We've been able to, and we'll be sharing this survey, maybe some of you will be interested, the startup survey that we have done for 2020-2021. And we realize that it is between 2020 and 2021 that our minds have been vibrating, especially those that are interested in innovation and entrepreneurship. And we've seen more of the youth, especially thinking, coming up with new products, new services that are actually not only solving challenges that COVID has brought, but even the challenges that we have always been sleeping on. So to answer your question, yes, we've seen more of the innovations coming up, and we hope to see more of them going forward. Thank you.
That's a really good answer. And you know, a lot of times when we think about innovation, Gilbert, Esther, and Bernard, we think industries, but lots of us discovered that we were bakers. Lots of us discovered that we could actually teach. I saw teachers trying to adjust and try to homeschool. So for every little thing that you're doing out there, it is an innovation, even if you're just amplifying what already exists. So Esther, you are onto the digital platforms, and I think you're doing really, really well, both with your charities, but also with trying to get some money, as any young person that spends most of their times on the phone does. So statistics show that about 12.16 million users on the internet from January 2020, and that is like an increment of 1.5. So I want to know, as someone that is utilizing the digital space, how do you think that the person in this particular conference or watching us on TV can tap into that, because you've been able to harness it? How do you think that, one, we can be able to tap into online? Because a lot of us realize that we can't do without online when COVID came. So one, how have you been able to tap into it and do it successfully? But also, how can the rest of us tap into it and use it to elevate our innovations?
Thank you so much. First of all, we need to realize that the world has gone digital. Like, there is board or you're not on board, and COVID has elevated that issue more. It has strengthened the media more, strengthened social media more, and that is how some of us were able to come up. Before COVID-19, I don't think people were that much interested in social media, digital platforms, but because we were under lockdown and very many people were idle, people didn't have what to do, so they had to divert online. Personally, I have had a very good experience online. There has been a lot of issues to do with bullies and all that, but generally it has been okay. I am a digital marketer. I do influencing for various brands. So that is one of the benefits that I've gotten from there. And then also, I think the biggest benefit I have gotten from social media was my organization, because we started purely based online. We launched with a campaign Pad Through COVID, where we were distributing sanitary towels to girls all over the country, because we realized it had become a serious issue, especially for COVID. 3,500 sounds quite affordable for someone in Kampala or someone that is from a well-to-do family. But then when it comes to people from rural areas, that's a whole meal. Pads have become a luxury, and it has been reported in news several times how girls have started exchanging sexual favors for sanitary pads. So I gathered a team and we started Pad Through COVID. And so far we have over 1,000 beneficiaries, and all of it was from social media. That's how powerful social media is. All our fundraisings, because we had just started, we didn't even have a bank account or anything. We were using mobile money, and everything was conducted online. So there is power in social media. You can use it to make money as an influencer. You can use it for advocacy. And it's not all about having fun and making jokes online every time. You can actually do something serious out of social media. So those are one of the things that I've been able to gain. And I believe we need to start taking it seriously and work on our media platforms. And you can benefit in various ways. Through businesses have started going online as well, especially when the lockdown came. People had no choice but to divert online. So I think social media, once used correctly, can have a lot of benefits for business, for advocacy, even for fun, for very many different things. So I believe it is something as a country, as young people, we have to tap into. There are a lot of opportunities. People even get jobs off of social media. So I believe if we tap into it, we can have a lot of benefits from it.
Thank you so much, Esther. And I'm hoping that you and I are picking a thing or two, because everything is definitely going online. And well done with the PADS campaign. I'm so proud of you and the team. So for Bernard, I want to first briefly talk about Ben City in line with digital platforms, because a lot of times most people, I partly also do a bit of digital communications, and someone can come to you and they think word of mouth is enough, yet social media amplifies word of mouth. So as someone that is doing not just garbage collection, but helping preserve or conserve the environment with recycling, how has Ben City been able to tap into social media between 2020 and those other restrictions, and how was it?
Thank you so much once again. I want to take you a little back to 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic came. As Ben City, what we did, personally, I have a belief that in every crisis, there are thousands of hidden opportunities embedded within. So COVID-19 came, everyone was running to take refuge. And so many corporations were offering to support government with cars, others were giving out food as an investors. And we had an engagement with ministry. We managed to mobilize over 120 fellow young people, and we were involved in the COVID fight across the borders. Ours was looking at a crisis, but also looking at how we can benefit from this, from the same. It's on record in the public domain that as Ben City, we went across all the major border points of this country. We were in Elegu with Southern Sudan. We were in Mirama Hills, border with Rwanda. We were in Katuna. We were in Mutukula, border with Tanzania, Busia, Malaba. And what were we doing? We were simply spraying trucks. Each truck that was coming into the country, we gave service and sprayed. We did this as a sacrifice, as an offer, but I want to declare that within a very short time, government came on board, development partners right from US came and partnered with us, and they gave us quite reasonable amount of money, and that was because of the digital platform. We exposed our services on the digital world, and my encouragement to my generation and the country at large is that let's explore the opportunities available. Let's take advantages of the digital world. Market any service that you do, market any efforts that you make. There are so many opportunities waiting for you to expose your credentials, your abilities, and they are much willing to partner with you. So as Ben City, it was business unusual, and we worked so well. Currently, like I indicated in my preamble, we are involved. We are in the final research on using plastics to do construction. We've done samples in Mbale. We've constructed some toilets in schools using plastic bottles. And when we do this, we expose it online. And again, we've met so many development partners and individuals willing to partner with us to support the cause. We also use this to make pavers, and we are doing the sales and marketing online, because the best way for you to actually dispose plastic is maybe by reproducing a product from it. But this bottle just thrown there might take 100 years. Where will we be after 100 years? If all the bottles generated today are left wandering, then we are destroying the environment and we are not doing any good for the generation that we live in and the generation that will come to pass. So we've embraced the digital world, and even our payment is done online. We have an app, and so our clients can freely get our services on their phone buttons. They can make payments on their phone buttons, and it's normal business. So we took advantage of the times and adapted so well, so easily. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for sharing and for what the team is doing with conserving the environment. Gilbert, coming back to you, as someone that there was a study that was done that most Ugandan startups die before celebrating their first or second birthday. And we see that young people have tried to come up with very small but innovative ways, from selling jewelry, from crocheting, to different ways of getting money on the side, as we love to call it, the gig economy. How would you advise for young people to tap into opportunities? Because most of you agree with me, in Uganda today, you have to know someone to know of an opportunity. I promise you. I promise you, like, I'm looking at someone that might not know Bernard, okay? Someone that might not, yes, we've said there is an increment on people being online, but there is also another bunch of Ugandans, of young people that may not yet own a smartphone, okay? How practical can we be when we are encouraging them to tap into opportunities, outside connections, on merit, on someone doing an amazing job? Because sometimes that's what really freaks us out from going out there and doing an amazing job.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. And I'm glad that you introduced your question with that background of saying that studies have shown that Ugandans are the most entrepreneurial people in the whole world, no doubt. Right? That we are very innovative. We know how to come up with things. But at the same time, studies have also said that we kuia, but we don't kuia for more than a year, right? You start up something and in 3 months, 6 months, you're back to zero. You want to start up something else, which to me is exciting, but at the same time sad. And again, that's why, for instance, as Startup Uganda, we came into play. While we realized that there are so many people who are enterprising. I mean, if we asked everyone here in this hall, if they have something that they're doing apart from maybe their formal job, most of us have what the moderator said, you have a gig, you have something that you do aside from what probably you're qualified for, which I think is very exciting and very good. But at the same time, the challenge that we have always had as, not only Ugandans, but as Africans most probably, is that we want to do the things the way we think or the way we have seen them being done. And that does not bring the innovativeness that we advocate for. Because as you start up your business, as you innovate, there are processes, there are best practices, there are things you must do in a way for you to get somewhere. One would wonder that how comes most of the businessmen that we know in Kampala have not gone to school, have not gone through a business incubator, have not been mentored, have not been coached. I mean, we always say that there's that percentage of those who are able to do what they are doing, maybe by chance, okay? They have their own luck, if I could say. But again, for us to be able to innovate, build the businesses that we do, we must be exposed to best practices. I'm sure my colleague here, Esther Bilungi, the following that she has and the people she follows are those who are doing what she's doing. She will tell you that probably she follows most of these other digital influencers to know how they're doing what they're doing. The challenge we have as Ugandans and most probably as Africans is that we want to do the things in silos. We want to do the things by ourselves. We want to keep within what we are doing. You don't want to get exposed. You don't want to expose your idea because you think they will steal it, which eventually becomes our own problem. So as Startup Uganda, and maybe the members that we work with, and these are business support organizations, which most times actually offer services at free cost. For instance, myself and colleagues started what we call Makere Innovation and Incubation Center, which is a government-supported incubator, business incubator. But you find ourselves really, for lack of a better word, catching legs, most of the youth, to come and participate in our programs at no cost. So maybe to just get back to the question I was asked, opportunities are just so many. I mean, myself, I've been able to identify that most of us don't take advantage of the opportunities. The environment is favorable, if I could say, for us to start up things and then grow them. There is infrastructure, much as, of course, we have issues of, for instance, with high rates of internet and the taxes and all that. But already the small that we have is just enough. But the challenge that I'm seeing, and my colleagues have already identified, is that we don't want to follow the right procedures. We don't want to expose ourselves, don't get exposed where we need to get some of these ideas that can help us not only start, but to scale and sustain the innovations and business that we do. In just 1 month, we are going to have what we call the Kampala Innovation Week. It's going to be actually 3 weeks of showcasing what Ugandans can do within the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. It is something that we have organized, and I'm glad that CAS is here. CAS is one of our main partners at Startup Uganda, and we will be promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. The only thing that we need to do is get exposed. If you have one particular opportunity like this, you can't go when you don't know something that you want to start. One more thing, maybe if I conclude. You talked about knowing someone who knows someone. I mean, having networks. It would be a shame when we are around 100 or 150 people here, and you leave this hall when you don't have 5 or 10 people that you have introduced yourself to, and you have probably gotten numbers or contacts, or you have told them what you do, which product you sell, or which service you offer. We don't actually need to have someone that we know in the government, but a friend that you can make right away from here. You don't want to know what that may mean to you or may mean to your business or your service the next day. So the networks we need to create are best networks. And from these best networks, we can always get the bigger networks that we eventually need for our businesses. I beg to stop here, otherwise I may spend all the thing.
Thank you so much, Gilbert. I'm hoping we are picking a thing or two. So be very, very vigilant about making connections, okay? And Esther, very briefly, as someone that works online, on top of the other things that you do, since we have a youth MP here, okay? If you were to ask for reforms when it comes to the internet, because as we speak, Facebook is currently shut down in Uganda. Of course, you can access it via other means, but this had been one of the biggest platforms that we would use to market our products and so on and so forth. If there is anyone in here that was using AfriCell, you probably now know what the rest of us on the other 2 big platforms have been going through when it comes to data, the interest, the internet rates and the speeds and all of these things. But also when you hear how most of our politicians speak about the internet, they speak about it like it's a demon. Okay, it's always regulate, shut down, yet most young people are using the internet to grow their businesses and reach, customers that they ordinarily would not use. So as someone that does digital marketing, if you were to pitch or ask the government for something that they can do to make sure that as people that use online platforms to promote businesses, we see car washes or car drives, health drives are now online. Every other tweet is help save so and so, help so and so. So we know that the internet does more good than harm. What would you want for our legislators to change so as to help young people utilize the internet better?
Thank you. I think the biggest thing I would advocate for, and I talk out of experience, is the internet being a safe place, especially for youth and for women. That is the biggest speech that I would give, because I have personally been through a lot of things on social media with bullying and all. It's not really a safe space at all, especially for ladies. There's a lot of sexism. There's a lot going on for ladies online. So I think if I was to pitch something, I would ask for a more space where people's opinions maybe would be regulated. I understand that we do have freedom of speech as a country, but we need safety, especially as women. We need for the internet to be a safe space for us to work at. I have personally undergone depression because of people saying certain things about me. And I see a lot of women going through that, and men as well. So if I was to pitch one thing, it would be safety. I would like the internet to be a safe space, because at the end of the day, even when they give you all these other different reforms, it's not going to help you if it's not a safe place. It's not going to help you if your mental state is not in the right place it should be at. So the first thing and the biggest thing I would advocate for, I think, would be safety, for the internet to be a safe space.
Yeah.
That is where it all begins from. If it is not safe for us to use as women and freely express ourselves, if it's not a safe space for us to use as youth, then we can't do anything productive. We may have businesses online and we want them to thrive and all, but if it's not a safe place, then nothing can happen. So I'd advocate for that.
The good thing is the next person to speak is our youth MP for the Eastern region. So Bernard, what is the government's agenda when it comes to the youth? Because all this innovation is there. Young people are going out of their way. Startup Uganda is doing amazing, but what is the government doing to, one, ensure that after COVID-19, or now that you're trying to ease out of lockdown, that the businesses aren't dying off because of lack of government support, but also two, to protect the innovations. One of the things that most young people will tell you is the lack of protection, for, let's say, for something as simple as copyright and all these things. So what is the government planning as someone who has the youth at heart, but also is an entrepreneur?
Thank you so much once again. Well, we, as a country, we are doing very well in the copyright laws. We have enactments which befits the innovations, the novelties that our brave young people or countrymen are bringing forth. So to that extent, that is in place. But for me, what is fundamental and key, this is 11th Parliament. We are just 4 months in the House. Now, as a generation of young people who form the majority of the population, our conversation, our interest should be demand-driven. It is through this same fora and subsequent meeting that we as leaders should engage every young person through the representations available, right from our zones to the parliament, to have their views incorporated in the interest. It is our cardinal role as legislators, with interest of the young people, to go on the floor and then take forward the interest of the young people. So for me, it's an encouragement that through such forums, we should be very specific, we should be very deliberate in our conversation, so that we have a productive interest as a generation, as leaders, so that as the leaders who represent the others on the floor should go with the interest of the young people and we should be solely judged by that, because that is our cardinal role. And so for me, I only want to encourage that such conversations should be very specific in knowing the youth agenda. What is the interest of the young people today? We also know that Facebook has been closed, shut down, yet the majority of the young people use this in their day-to-day activities. We are talking of online reading. The internet is quite very expensive. There should be policies that government, we should bring on the floor, and this should be geared at that government should pick interest to manage the costs of internet, and there should be a conversation that for platforms like Facebook should be brought back so that our young people can have a productive conversation and embrace the IT, which we can't avoid in today's world.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Yeah,
Now, we
let me
have
say-
just a few minutes. Yes,
Wait, I would want to add something if you can allow.
just give me a minute, but Gilbert, just a minute. So I was given an opportunity to open the floor. I'm going to only take 2 questions. 2. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Pinto. Pinto is going to come where you are. 1, 2. I'm only taking those 2. The gentleman over there and her, but just hold on a bit. Just hold on with your question. Gilbert, please summarize that so that you can get the questions from the 2.
Yes. So I don't speak for the government.
Yeah.
Though I've worked with the government. I just wanted to add on what Honorable said. I mean, if you are to assess the environment that we work in, especially within innovation and entrepreneurship, it's a fair environment. He's talking about internet costs, that internet is expensive. Yeah, we may think that is expensive, and I thought it was expensive until I visited a country last week, a very small country in Africa, and 1 GB that you may buy here at about 5,000 is 60,000 in Seychelles. And I was like, what does this mean to us in Uganda? A line, a SIM card that we buy at 2,000, 3,000, they sell it at 26,000. So sometimes we may not have the information of the exposure, or we may take for granted the things that the infrastructure and the opportunities that we have. I mean, I'm just encouraging us that if you're able to understand that some people are thriving within bad environments, if I could say, not as fair as ours is. I mean, we are not there where we would want to be, but I think we'll have an opportunity. Some information that we shall be showcasing or shall be sharing with you with support from CAS is the opportunities that the government has already. I mean, it's not about registering your copyrights and attaining your IP. It's something that is offered either no cost or at a free cost, but most people don't know about that. UNBS has already offered to start giving certifications to our entrepreneurs at a very less cost. NITA-U has already allowed us as Startup Uganda to provide internet at half the public rate. There is also some information from the Ministry of Finance where they've said if you have a business and it is in the digital space, you don't have to pay the taxes that everyone pays in other businesses. So some of this information may not be available, may not be known to us, but it's one of the things that Startup Uganda would want to do. We want to ensure that there are no information asymmetries, but rather people know these opportunities and can take advantage of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gilbert. Now for the gentleman and the lady, do you have a microphone with you? Please make your question brief. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You can introduce yourself and then go ahead.
My name is Maurice Hakizimana from Kisoro District. I'm with Secretary, Finance. Mine is going to be addressed there, Honorable MP for East. Is about, I think the government has tried to put some programs that are going to be supporting youth and doing some things, but we need the government also to do some amendments and some changes in those other programs. For example, government had to put a youth capital venture fund, but you find that if you are to access it as a youth in a bank, you are required to be having a security. And you know, most of us youth who are below 40 or 35, we don't have the plots of land to put as security. Now, how would they expect me to boost my, if I'm creative, maybe I've started up something, how do you expect me to boost my small industry that I'm starting up? And again, there has been YLP. YLP now has been put down for more than 2 years. And it's where some of the youth have been surviving. And so I don't know how it is going to be discussed and maybe help us. And I think it's upon us, the leaders at the district level, to be doing some supervision, move around and get to know, identify those youth who are creative, so that maybe we can look for the means of helping them out. But you find that at the district, you don't have any funding that is to enable me move very far to the villages, which means I need to get out of my funds to do that. And you know, most of the youth, some of us don't have that heart of volunteerism. So such things have to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. So the Honorable has noted it down. Please ask so that we can answer them at once and we go for our lunch break.
Thank you so much. I go by the names Namgobe Vicky. I'm a youth leader representing the youth of Sironko to the National Youth Council as the Secretary of Female Affairs. Yes, I appreciate the panelists for whatever they have spoken about. So as we're talking about the realities around the digital and innovative world, I want to put on a gender lens, given the fact that I represent the girl child. So what I would like to inquire and get to understand, we are talking about a digital world. And in the Girl Child Day, one of the major themes was about our digital world, our generation. Yes, as girls out there, would love to embrace the digital world. We'd love to come into those spaces, but I would pray that if our government would look into, first of all, the prices of the smartphones. We want to empower the girl child. We understand the majority of how many, first of all, let's appreciate how many girls own smartphones and how effective are they using them. And then the other challenge the girl child faces in such spaces, for example, we are talking about in a rural girl child where she's not accessing electricity. Can the government try to find, we are talking of rural electrification, but how efficacious is it? The problem of rural electrification. And then the other challenge that the girl child would also face, as in it all revolves around empowerment. We are talking about cyberbullying and everything, but what policies is the government putting in place to see that we, the girls, are able to occupy such spaces?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your question. And from the look of things, our Honorable is going to be addressing these two. So if you can briefly, and then we'll wrap up. Yes.
Thank you so much, my brother Maurice from Kisoro. The issue of Youth Capital Venture Fund and the YLP is very phenomenal. I happen to have benefited from the same when I was in law school, third year. I was already collecting garbage using a bicycle, and then government brought in these programs. We went and looked for that money. Indeed, it was a very stringent task. We had to convince someone who owns a property to act and guarantee for us to get the money, and later on struggle to pay with also some interest. As a team of youth legislators, we've had conversations about this, and I can report that the discussion is in advanced stage, and that same need for security might be off very soon. I want to report here that we've discussed it, because some of us are product of the same. We face the difficulties we had to go negotiate with the banks to extend the limitation of payment, because along the way, someone who guaranteed you for a year wants to withdraw their property. And so that conversation, we've had it at that national level, and I want to report that that is work in progress. It will be off by the next financial year. On the issue of YLP, I want to encourage each one of us that we've gathered here, but our leadership started from the zonal level. Most of us are at the district level. Now, YLP is basically tenured at the district. And we all know that several of our friends, the former leaders, took this money, but because of the bureaucracies of the technical team, our people, someone signs for 10 million, and yet they are given only 5. So it is incumbent upon us, the current leadership, to take the supervisory role and ensure that every group where you come from, before they benefit from this money, give them the information. Tell them if you sign for 10 million, it should be 10 million. We can have this conversation at a broader level. If the people in the technical team are not heeding to you, we can reprimand them, because this money is meant to support our young people. Now, if our young people are not helped, me and you are failing in our leadership. So I want to challenge each one of us to take this supervisory role as our cardinal task to ensure that we ensure if this money is available, we sensitize our young people and prepare them to get this money in totality, not resigning for 100 and they are only given 50%. In so doing that, we'll be giving service to our people. On the issue of district funding, in our last meeting where we were hosted by the president in Kololo on the Youth Day, you heard on the message. Before that, we had a meeting with the president in Entebbe, and the same message was relayed. We had a meeting with the few select team of NYC, NEC, and we had this conversation. We already convinced the president, and the issue of funding, including transport, is being taken care of, and very soon this will be rolled out. So I just want to encourage each one of us to be prepared. If it doesn't come, we shall call on you so that we demand for it, because we've already been promised. And as we sit on the budget, we'll ensure that we push for it. Thank you so much.
Just quickly,
Vicky,
yes.
Vicky, thank you so much for that. We all agree that for us to access the digital world, we need a very robust network, the fiber network. But we all know that this cannot be done within a day or the shortest time possible. So I don't want us to lie to ourselves that everyone in this country, my brother and sister deep down in my village in Molanda, will only require ICT for them to progress. There are so many other businesses that someone can pursue within their locality. That does not ordinarily require the ICT. But for the issue of the ICT on a broader perspective, we all agree that we cannot do without ICT, and the girl child must be empowered. Such conversations should continue so that when we go on the floor, we have the specific interests of our people with case study, with the references, and we urge out the case. I submit.
Unfortunately, time is up, Vicky. So I suggest that you and the Honorable during lunchtime can meet and have a robust. No, I'm actually serious, because if we are here and we're talking about connections, we need to be very, very deliberate about walking to people and having difficult conversations. So Vicky, I have to see you and Honorable sitting during lunchtime. Very, very quickly as we wrap up, Esther, what would you like? I want you to look straight into those cameras and say something to the young people, and then we'll hand over to Gilbert. And lastly, but you've already spoken. You've already said your goodbyes, yes? Huh? So yes, Esther, and then Gilbert, and then we'll wrap up with Bernard. Very quickly.
Thank you so much. I personally would like to encourage the young people to join digital platforms. There's lots of opportunities. There's lots of ways you can be innovative online and do different things online. You can start businesses, you can do advocacy. So whoever has not yet thought about joining the digital lens, it is the way to go right now. Technology is running the world. So I ask everyone, every young person out there, if you can afford a smartphone, if you're able to get onto these platforms, get on. Can also be used as a voice. Personally, I've used my voice online to share different issues, especially when it comes to do with the girl child, and people have listened and things have been done. So it can also be a way for you to bring your voice out and say different things. Then you can get help. Then lastly, I've had my colleagues talking about the government and how they have been helped. The government promised that we shall have free sanitary towels. So, Honorable, I pray that you will please go back and share that issue. Because our girls are suffering. Our girls are exchanging their bodies for sanitary towels, and yet we had a promise. It may not be done directly for maybe every girl child to have a sanitary towel right now, because it can take time, but it can start with a few structures, like putting them in different schools and all that. So please, when you go back, do not forget to put that issue on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Gilbert?
Thank you so much, moderator. Mine is to just request that as youth, we have almost all that we need.
Gilbert, could you please use your microphone? We can barely hear
Sorry.
you.
I was just saying that I think as youth, we have almost all what we need to innovate. And we have just a few pillars of innovation. We talk about innovation, but you need to remember that you need to be as resilient as possible. You won't have all that you need. You need to be creative. You need to be patient. And you need to take advantage of each and every information that you see anywhere at any time. It's what you will rely on probably to innovate. As Startup Uganda, we have organized almost a whole month of innovation, starting 8th November until the 26th of November. We are calling it the Kampala Innovation Week. So look forward to our platforms on our website, Facebook, everywhere, where we shall have to showcase what Uganda has to offer in the innovation ecosystem. And lastly, I want to request that for those, from what Esther has just said, as we look forward to the government supporting us in this sanitary pads kind of area, I've seen a number of youth who have been innovative in reusable sanitary pads. It is something that we could start with, and we see how the government can come in. Because with innovation, we have also realized that you have to start, and then the government, the development partners like us find you already somewhere. So if we could mobilize ourselves and start with something small, especially on the national, district levels, then we could also look for the support where we've already done something. Thank you, and I want to wish you a good day.
Thank you so much, Gilbert, and send our regards to Startup Uganda. And lastly, Honorable.
Thank you so much. As we all embrace ICT, the IT world, I want to encourage every young person out there that there are choices we make. Smartphones does not mean you must spend, say, $1 million shilling or 500,000 or 10 million for you to be online. And this partly answers you, Vicky. So the cost of smartphones does not, in essence, really dictate the access to ICT and the technology. We have smartphones costing 120,000 in this country, but we also have smartphones costing 7.5 million. So the choices, we shouldn't be taken by the luxury bit of it. But most importantly, as we embrace technology and ICT, I want to encourage our young people that less hassle. Wake up in the morning. If you have your 50,000, you can buy baking stuff and start your chapati business. You can buy chicken and start roasting. We should not wait for only the government. Let's start with the little we have, and the good Lord will find us there and will be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. A round of applause for the panelists, please. I won't add anything but to charge you to please go and be the change that you want to see, straight from the things you tweet to how you behave, to how you spend your money and how you spend your time. Please continue tweeting. The hashtag again is UG Youth Conference 21. And go ahead and let people know, but also stick around because we are here up until 4 p.m. For my panelists, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. And I would definitely like to invite our host for the day to tell us what we are going to do next. Have a lovely, lovely stay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Faith, for doing a wonderful job moderating this session on youth and COVID-19. It's been a great opportunity to have our panelists share their perspectives on innovation. It's been great learning, I'm sure. We're breaking off for lunch, and we shall be returning here at around 2:15 to 2:30 to allow the technical team set up for the live streaming. Lunch will be at Paradise Restaurant, that's on ground floor. And for the NYC delegates, please, before you go down for lunch, meet Emmy? Yeah, Emma, you'll pick your coupons from Emma. Thank you very much. Let's just work within that time so that we return early enough for our next session. Thank you. I am also told that the rest can pick your coupons from the registration desk. But the NYC, you see Emma. Yeah.
Our lunch is ready at Paradise Restaurant. Please let's get up so that we keep time for our next session at 3.
I'm going to put on my phone and
challenges. But before we get into the discussion, I would like to invite Ms. Regina Bafachi, who is the Executive Director of ACFODE, to speak to us about why this conference. ACFODE is one of the organizers of this conference, and they've done it not once, not twice. And I would like to invite Regina to please come and speak to both the in-house audience and the audience that is watching us on TV. You're very much welcome, Regina.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We once again welcome you to the National Youth Conference that is happening at Sheraton Hotel. The reason why we have convened this conference is because we know that the youth play a very key role. And would also like to say that this conference brings together representatives of NGOs, brings representatives of NGOs, the media, academia, and politicians. This conference is brought under the theme of youth participation in governance amid the pandemic, and we are looking at the global and national perspectives. We've selected points and key topics for discussion carefully, because we want everyone who is here to at least pick one or two key actions. The panelists have also been carefully selected, and so are the moderators. This conference is organized in collaboration with National Youth Council, supported by Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, or CAS, as majority know it. The partnership between ACFODE and CAS is over 3 decades. They've supported us in promoting women and youth participation in politics and decision making, and they are continuing to do that. They've supported us to conduct and organize debates in higher institutions of learning, building leadership capacities and knowledge of the women aspirants, and they also continue to help us to support them so that they can be able to influence the different spaces they occupy. Today, we are here to listen to different people who will be speaking to us, and to also make sure that whatever happens today is taken into consideration by the different participants in their different spaces, both at local and national level. As you all know, we are in a queer, operating in a queer situation, but that does not mean that we fold our hands and look on. There has to be a way of navigating ways and means of surviving. The other issue that we want to look at is that while the youth are the majority of this country, the challenges they also face are enormous. Some of them are structural, while others have, of course, been brought about by the pandemic. The closure of schools cannot be underestimated or underscored. The issues that have arisen out of that are numerous. Some people have lost their jobs. Others have become mentally ill because of stress, while others have experienced violence, especially sexual violence experienced by the young girls who have become pregnant. And with that, their future has been affected. Some might go back to school, others may not, because not all parents or guardians do appreciate the fact that when a girl becomes pregnant, she can actually still go back to school when you support her. The other is about what it is that we can do collectively as the youth of this country. The area speakers mentioned a lot of things which I may not have to repeat, but I urge everyone who is here to take note of what has been discussed, because it is important to all of us, and especially for the constituencies you are representing here. You are their spokespersons, and therefore whatever has been discussed or is going to be discussed needs to be taken seriously so that you are able to either get out actions that will inform your decisions, your plans, and programs as the young people of this country. Because there is nothing that can happen without you, especially if you want to influence the decisions and the governance of this country. You need to be on the table, you need to do research, you need to be innovative, so that at least there is a cause for whoever is supposed to support you to do so. And as the youth of this country, we also urge you to be cautious of what is happening around you. For some of the things that happen around you can influence what your decisions are, but may also affect your course of action. And therefore, would like to urge everyone present here to be vigilant, to be candid, and also be open. Some of the things that are going to be discussed or that have been discussed are not new to you. But I believe that whenever an opportunity presents itself to you, there is something new you learn out of that. And therefore, this conference has provided an opportunity for all of you to learn and unlearn some of the issues that you have been grappling with. But I'm also sure that it's going to present to us an opportunity to pick out key actions that you are going to run with so that you can influence the agenda of the country. Lastly, I also hope that this conference is going to present to you an opportunity of networking, collaborating, and networking, because you are a vast group. Much as you are youth, there are those that are from the rural districts of our country, those from the city, but you also have varied skills and knowledge that you can tap into to support each other for the good of the youth of this country. Allow me to once again appreciate our partners, National Youth Council, for having taken on the mantle of organizing the youth. That's why we have youth from different corners present here. I also want to thank, yes, clap. I also want to thank CAS for supporting this initiative. Never tire. When other development partners are shifting focus, please don't. There is still a lot to be done with regard to promoting women and youth participation in politics and decision making. Thank you for listening to me. I wish you good deliberations.
Thank you very much, Regina, for the good wishes in our deliberations. And we will dive right into the conversation at hand. The pandemic has clearly changed our education system. It is without doubt. It's not even up for debate. Given that we are having this conversation within the context of Uganda, for those of us who may not have keenly followed some of the Ministry of Education's interventions, we know that government has issued a couple of guidelines around education. And whether that has worked or not is another story, but guidelines have been issued. Part of the guidelines that have been issued are standard operating procedures for the opening of schools. It has also issued phased guidelines for reopening of institutions of learning. Frameworks for continued learning have been issued at different levels of education. That's at primary level, secondary level, at the university. We also know that there has been a guideline that has been issued on a parental guide to support children's learning, especially because a lot of parents had to overnight become teachers while they were homeschooling. Also, for those of you who may not be aware, a lot of online material has been availed on the Ministry of Education's website to ensure that children have access to learning. So in the midst of this context, 2 years down the road, we have a lot of countries across the world that have opened up their economies. We also have a lot of countries that have opened up their education systems. Uganda has not opened up her education system. We attempted to open, had a mini disaster on our hands, flew into the second wave as a result of the school openings, and here we are. And even as we start having this conversation, we must have it through the lens of understanding that we have an educational dilemma on our hands. And the dilemma is whether to continue and open up schools or save our children and save ourselves, given what happened with the last reopening of schools. On that note, I would like to invite Benjamin from Boundless Minds, because I know that Boundless Minds as an entity is looking at alternative ways of handling situations, but also I know you have an active program on education. So given this context, the context that children are at home, homeschooling is happening in a weird manner. Some children have become full-time farmers. From here, where do we proceed as a country, especially given the 2-year lag that we are experiencing, which might well easily go into a 3-year lag?
Good afternoon, everyone. I was hoping that Isabella would not ask me to talk about that exact thing, because I don't know if you've noticed that a lot of people who are working in education for about a year now have sort of not made comment about what things could be done or should be done. I think there's confusion, if I may use the word, in terms of leadership. Where do we go? And we haven't got green light from the places where we really should be getting that direction. So, and the challenge with this is we are having this discussion about the crisis as it exists now, but I don't know if you remember that before COVID, all of us, or many of us, acknowledged that there was a problem with our education as it was. So if you think about how much that problem has been compounded by COVID and the closure of schools, you worry for us, for the country today, but you even worry more for it in future, because there are so many, there's probably millions of children that are never going to return to school, even when we reopen. But also the ones that return might not find enough teachers when they come back, or some of the schools have actually been closed, so they won't return. So I haven't quite understood government's rationale for not reopening schools, especially because in almost all the countries around us, the schools are open. But let's say there's reasoning in saying that spread, we could have spread, we are preventing the spread of disease. So what else could we have done? I think that this also created opportunities for us to explore what learning means, right? Because the debate before COVID was that our children were not learning, or that what they were learning wasn't very relevant to the needs of today, right? To the demands of the workplace. So I thought that one of the things that we could have done is use this opportunity to redefine what learning is, right? And what more they could learn. Because there are a lot of things that we complain about. Our understanding of history, even the history of Uganda, right? Our understanding of our culture, right? Language, skills like critical thinking, problem solving, all of those. In 2017, I was part of a fellowship at CAS, the Youth for Policy Fellowship, where we researched and found that Uganda does not have a soft skilling policy, right? So skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, which have been identified as core to the future of work, right? Or to preparing students for the future of work, don't exist, right? And those skills do not need schools, yeah? They can be learned from anywhere, right? And in fact, can be taught by anybody if that learning experience is curated. So I thought that those are some of the conversations we should have been having in terms of how do we, I think there's a church in almost every community, right? Children could have been learning some of these things, assembling at churches, right? They could have assembled at mosques. They could have assembled in schools within their neighborhoods and still learned. Yeah, we haven't taken opportunity to do things like that, and so I don't quite know what has been happening in the background, which worries me, because typical entrepreneurship says that crisis also presents opportunity, right? And I don't know if we've taken any opportunity out of this.
And okay, so thank you very much. And I'm just going to have a follow-up rejoinder on that, because I also know that you belong to a community of creatives,
yes,
a community of innovators, young innovators. Is this a conversation that you're having about alternative spaces of skilling away from the policy and and state interventions? Because we also know, again, from some of the studies that have been done under the policy think tank that you talked about, that there are the negative attitudes towards vocational skilling were quite high. So given the pandemic context, is there a shift in this attitude? And is this something that as a community of creatives you're paying attention to address that need?
So of course there is work being done, right? Privately, in the civil society space, in the creatives and entrepreneurship space, there is work being done. And I also suspect that there is work being done in government because everyone realizes that there's a problem. I think what's not happening or what needs to happen is that for that shift to happen, we can only do so much. Innovators can only do so much. We can only reach the number of teachers or learners or community-based organizations that our resources allow, right? So, and I think that that conversation has got to move from what individual organizations or associations can do to how do we make this, how do we standardize this as policy, right? So that it gets adopted. How do these conversations that we keep having become the norm, become what's done? And we haven't done that. We haven't done that. And that's what worries me.
And maybe this is a perfect time for Ezra to come on board as the president of the Uganda National Students Association. I want to believe that as president of Students Association, you are part of conversations that are happening within the education space. Are the conversations on alternative spaces for learning happening? Are conversations happening around what education will look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now as a country? And at what point will these conversations materialize into being for we the citizens?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. To start with, before I go straight to addressing that the question posed, I want to thank ACFODE, Conrad, and the National Youth Council for providing a platform for young people to discuss on how our education system should look like. Definitely, this is one of the solutions that that ACFODE and all the organizations that have come together are providing. There is nothing, we have a common saying in our youthful movement, that there's nothing for us without us. And I am glad that you have realized that. I am glad that the National Youth Council has materialized this to provide opportunity for young people to discuss the education sector. Definitely in the wake of the COVID-19, it initiated the discussion, a very different discussion on how education in the country should look like. It initiated a discussion of a hybrid form of education as compared to the ordinary traditional learning, which of course at the outbreak of COVID-19 was really a strange discussion in most of our institutions, in most of the schools. It was really strange to even the teachers who, lecture the students. So the discussions are on, but I cannot fail to mention that there is more inclusion that is needed for young people. We started a discussion of electronic learning, like you cited at the start of the discussion. A lot of alternative measures have come up, including learning through mass media, social media, and all forms of electronic form of learning. But the question should be, is it realistic? Is it realistic enough for the quality, for the equity and inclusiveness of this kind of education, understanding the economy in which the country is operating? Otherwise, if that is not answered, because that is key in the new format of education, in the new way of hybriding the education system, transitioning from the traditional way of learning to the new hybrid form of learning, which definitely is the way. It is the way to go, because we have learned from our neighboring countries and the developed countries that remained undisrupted, or were not as disrupted as we were, that electronic learning is the way to go. But our question as the students, is it feasible in our state? And for us as an association, of course, maybe to enlighten members who may not be conversant with what is the mandate of the Uganda National Students Association. It is an advocating association. We do not implement decisions, but we interact with our constituency and suggest feasible, effective solutions to the situation. And so we have gone ahead. We've gone ahead, and among the major things we've done in regard to the transitioning, we noticed that at the start of the first COVID-19 lockdown, majority of young people did not have, especially those coming from humble backgrounds, did not have the gadgets. Of course, that is not to mention that they do not have connectivity.
Or that internet is expensive.
The internet is expensive.
Which is a government policy.
Which is a government policy. Very unfortunate that at a time like this one, when young people are transitioning to study and access material electronically, a tax is imposed and maintained. We have advocated for the scrapping off of that tax, but action has not been taken yet. We are hopeful that through these engagements, the decision makers should appreciate what we are leading to. But we've also suggested that gadgets like tablets, we've seen members of parliament being given cars worth millions of money. Why don't we invest this money in a loan scheme to provide gadgets to millions of young people so that we can save the future of a generation?
But Mr. President, I'm going to stop you right there.
Yes, please.
Because again, we talk about policy and we talk about the advocacy that you're doing with educational institutions.
Yes.
And the fact that we now have a hybrid mode of learning. And yet when we go deep into the study of the hybrid mode of learning, it's not even government that is implementing this hybrid mode. When we go to the camps, for example, the refugee camps in Uganda, the education there, the hybrid model is being supported by Plan Uganda. When you go to the districts of Arua, West Nile, that is at the Aga Khan Foundation, you know? And so where is the voice of government, but also the voice of the National Youth Council advocating? Part B of that, which is also a very direct question, is that the National Youth Council collects money from every student in this country on an annual basis. Yes? UNSA, sorry, the Students Association. From the time I was a student, I paid money to UNSA through, I'm not complaining, through secondary school and then through the university. What does this money do? Within the context of this pandemic, what has this money done?
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm not complaining about mine, I'm just saying that all the students in this country pay money to you people.
I am.
What does this money? Okay, tell us you bought 5 tabs.
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you for the 2 good questions. And I hope the discussion does not get diverted.
No, it is not. We are talking education.
No, sure, I am.
We're talking education, we're talking
That's just a by the way, but I'm coming
Okay.
to the question.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that government, other than the advocacy of sensitizing people and institutions, encouraging them to go electronic, they are yet to implement or come in, because if they had adopted our suggestions by start of the last financial year, some money should have been allocated to make sure that at least like all the other activities are being done and the vaccination is being done in a phased manner. Everything.
How about our money?
I am coming to that question. So we are hoping that at some point we'll see government coming in to make sure that they materialize, especially the loan scheme, the loan fund for gadgets of young people, which they can pay overdue. That is quite affordable. Now, talking about the UNSA money, UNSA is structured in a manner that we have district councils, student councils, and we have councils to the school. our collecting points of this money are the schools. Through the school account, you deposit the 2,000 shillings, and then we have a chain. This money is then disbursed to the school council, which then is, to the district council, and the district council remits this money to the national secretariat. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19, when the schools were closed, this money was not collected. But even within the coffers of what the accounts had prior to the pandemic, this is what has run the association to do its work to this date. But truthfully speaking, when we talk about the money, just like all the other institutions were disrupted, when schools were closed and everything was disrupted, and even the school administrators illegally chose to divert funds meant for UNSA for the activities. But we are hopeful. We are hopeful that that money someday will do something.
Mr. President, your answers have only raised more questions, but we will not pursue that matter. Beyond that, we will come to the Secretary for Students' Affairs at the National Youth Council. And I'd really like you to extend on that explanation of money being held up at schools, because whether or not, and again, we're talking about education, we're talking about the challenges, we're talking about institutions and what the institutions could possibly do. So whether or not we had a pandemic, the reality is that students in this country pay money to the Uganda National Students Association. We cannot say that when the pandemic came, it came and ate up that money. You know, it is not possible. So again, it is very easy for UNSA to have said, maybe we contributed 10 tabs to schools in central Uganda to do 1, 2, 3. But the lack of that response is not, Mr. President, no.
No,
we're not
Madam,
going to respond to that.
Madam
But I'm going to
Moderator,
ask
okay.
your secretary to take that on. But in the spirit of taking it on, also look at the conversation around inequalities. The pandemic has only worsened inequalities. People who struggle to access education are struggling more. Young people at the periphery, students at the periphery who are accessing education can no longer do that. An interesting conversation that many of us are not having is around the number of girls who are getting pregnant in the last 2 years. And a lot of us have this chorus that we are saying, when she gives birth, she will go back to school. And yet the realities of that chorus are that the majority of educational institutions in this country are run by religious institutions. These are the same religious institutions that we had trouble with when we were discussing the sexuality education framework. But also the realities of a young girl who has gotten pregnant are different because now she has a child to take care of. So that, again, the Uganda National Students Association, what is your plan around girls who are getting pregnant beyond the presidential statement that we are having extra Ugandans being born?
Thank you so much, Miss Isabella, for the wonderful moderation. To start with, the money issue. I think the UNSA money could do a great deal of work, especially during this pandemic. It's only that I think the mode of collection is a bit of a challenge, where you find, I think, only Makerere does there's a direct transfer of the money, but the rest of the institutions and the schools have to go through a process here and there. And as my president has said, it is also true that because of the pandemic, there has been a challenge in the collection. But for future reference, we could actually have this money collected in one pool or one account, whether you're in some rural school up country, you know there's only one account where different initiatives can be put in place to help the students that are struggling, actually. You know, sometimes we want the government to come in each and everything, But we should also not forget the fact that there's not enough funding for each and every activity in the education sector as well. So I think we shall look into that and push it forward. Talking of inequality, it is very true. There are students, it is now 2 years down the road when schools have been closed, and there are students who are struggling to access education. Fortunate ones do online studies. We have a number of students who have also graduated because of online, but what about the rural schools? This is what I think. I think we are not doing enough, or enough emphasis is not being put in place in the education sector. We have totally ignored that sector. We are, yeah, it's true we are keeping safe, but I think, because if I'm to look back in 2020, the financial year, the other last financial year, where even the pandemic came in January, March, there was a lockdown, but even the government had to cut the budget down in the other financial year. It was only in this financial year where they increased by about, I think, 284.5 billion. Now, if the budget could be cut then, in a situation where the country is really at a stake, especially in the education sector, then I think we are not putting education as a priority in us. I think we need to look down into the best ways possible to help the rural community. I see a progress in the urban bit of it, but what about the rural sector? Girls are getting pregnant. We saw in 2020 where it increased by 25% increase of teenage pregnancies. Right now, the rate of increase in teenage pregnancies is really high. It's increasing day by day. Even the statistics itself, if I to get one for yesterday, I believe it's not the same one for today. It has increased. Why? Because we have totally neglected the students down there. Some of them have lost the hope. They don't have where to start from. And I think solutions are supposed to be provided. To me, one of the best solutions, I would agree with my colleague, is alternative skill. Meanwhile, for these 2 years, as we had to, if we're to hold on for the schools to reopen, I think by now the government would have thought of doing rural community skillings, so that at least majority of this youth have an alternative way of living, in that if they don't afford to go back to school, at least they can have somewhere to start from. I was watching a story where a teenage girl of 14 years has a husband of 17 years, and you know, they are struggling. They don't they don't have any idea of schools opening, schools reopening, or are we going to have a way of pushing forward, finances? And I mean, the community is looking on. We are really looking on. I think it should be a personal initiative from now on for each and everyone in the community to take lead in the fight of teenage pregnancies. I mean, let it be something that is a taboo. If a strong policy is put in place, if we make it a strict law, I think people can follow. If people can follow curfew, then why not? If a policy say, if you get pregnant, this and this will happen, I think people will get scared and start taking care of themselves.
Okay,
But
Crispin, I have a question. Is the Uganda National Students Association an NGO?
No.
It's established by Act of Parliament, isn't it?
The National Youth Council, but the UNSA is
the
not.
UNSA, Uganda National Students Association.
The UNSA is not. It's not under the Act of Parliament, but I think that was a topic of discussion because they lack the funding.
But we pay you money. Anyway, I think UNSA should stop behaving like, you people, we pay you money. I left school long time ago, but we used to pay you and we still pay you. Do you people did you people used to pay UNSA money? All of you, eh? And it wasn't 2,000 shillings. It was two. Okay, I think once we're being wrong. But yes, but we give you money. You're the Uganda National Students Association. No, I'm just saying. But moving
Madam.
on, yes, Mr. President.
If I can come in there.
Yes.
I like the discussion of money regarding.
I also like it. I like money, by the way.
The discussion of money regarding UNSA.
Yes.
But I think it is a challenge that we all must embrace. Because the moment.
I'm not going to embrace that challenge.
The moment student leadership and advocacy of students is crippled, we are definitely depriving students of representation. And discussions as such, which are as serious, will not happen. The Uganda National Students Association, true, gets money from students.
Yes.
I think actually my deputy speaker here is reminding me is supposed to get money from students. Actually.
I never defaulted.
No, I want to say that we are working on a policy to make sure this money is delivered as collected. Because I think the initiators of this process of collection missed out on a few things. Because in most cases, this money has been diverted by the collecting units, which are the schools. And we have made effort with evidence. If you visited us at our secretariat, many times fighting with the institutions to make sure this money is remitted. And whenever this money, of course, it's unfortunate. And this is not just here. Everywhere we go out there, our students are concerned by the money that we actually collect, because UNSA, in the names of UNSA, collects the money, but in actual sense, does not receive it. So we are working on.
Curiosity, where does this money go? Because when we're talking about education and we are holding different institutions accountable, we are going to say, Ministry of Education, I have different questions for the Ministry of Education. As the Uganda National Students Association, which has clearance from the Ministry of Education to perform certain duties in schools and educational institutions across the country, you cannot behave and talk like Benjamin. Benjamin fundraises and looks for money. He's not part of the government structure. And so if we are talking about COVID, we're talking about education, the questions that we should be asking at hand are, one, if civil society organizations are restructuring to fit the new normal, if the health ministry is restructuring to fit the new normal, how is UNSA dealing with the new normal 2 years after the pandemic struck? Especially in regard to education, because it's scary. Ministry of Education is very far away from us. You are close to us. So if you are speaking like us and sounding more depressed than us, it is worrying. But there's a hand, and it will be the only hand I will take. People, I'm not supposed to come to you. But yes, please do.
If I can, we are not actually sounding as depressed as you make it look like. But yeah, we have reason to get depressed, given that our constituency, really, we have no reason to smile or even be happy when our constituency is crippling. But the fact is, when we are in such discussions, we need to appreciate the challenges of specific institutions. Maybe I need to let you know that the Uganda National Students Association, whereas is established under the Education Act, is not part of government. The Uganda National Students Association is an association that, yes, is just there is a difference between, for example, an association or a council established by Act of Parliament, like the National Youth Council, which gets its funding from the consolidated fund. For us, the ministry, the act clears us to associate, but does not facilitate our association.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I must say that discussion of money is
we need to look for who is eating our money.
It is a real discussion.
Okay.
It is a real discussion
because it is not even reaching you people.
And it should be facilitated. We should.
By who?
No. The facilitation is
Yes.
not in terms of money. That
Yes.
I'm saying we should embrace that discussion to make sure student leadership is empowered to do its role. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to break rules here and just take a hand that I saw pass. The rest of you put your hands down. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Affairs. We are trying to grapple with the financial matter. Now, UNSA is set under the section 30 of the Education Act, and that is the only legal arm that supports UNSA as a body. But when it comes to how UNSA is run, it is run as a company limited by guarantee somewhere and also as an NGO. So now when it comes to finances, to be very straight, it is mandatory for students to pay the 2,000. However, there is no penalty for those that do not pay. So in most cases, institutions don't pay. It is just a few institutions that pay, but even not fully, because institutions don't indicate the real number of students that they have at the institution. That is one. So more so, now this pressure maybe at the university institutional level is caused by a few guild leaders who always want to participate in the elections of UNSA at the national level. So they press hard so that the institutions can pay, remit some little funds so that they participate, but they don't even pay fully. Now, when it comes to the district level, where we have a few institutions that are diploma and certificate holding, but also secondary schools, these institutions don't pay. Actually, when it comes to government schools, HMs keep running up and down, principals run up and down. They don't want to pay because there is no penalty. Last time when we are discussing with the patron of UNSA, who perhaps is the president of the Republic of Uganda and the minister in charge of education, we brought all these other things to their attention. And what the president was talking about is government is now working around the policy with the help of the Attorney General to see how UNSA now becomes totally manned by government as an institution, as maybe NYC is also handled. But
I hope that will solve the problems.
thank you.
Thank you very much. You had a submission. Someone use mine?
Thank you very much, moderator. I had to say something to comment, listening to this discussion. We had this morning conversation on accountability, and there are persons in the room who say our organization stands for accountability. This is the objective. We want the next leaders being accountable. Now we have the next leaders in the room, and now I'm listening to the discussion, and this ping pong goes all the time back to policies, to government, and so on and so on. Now, if you are in certain positions in your organizations, first of all, what is the profile of your position? What does it allow you to do or not allow you to do? If you are a president, for example, of UNSA, does it allow you to be transparent with the money you get? If it does allow you this, why is it that we need to embrace a certain conversation? No, it's very simple. Show on your website, what is it that is coming in? What is it that is going out? And where is it going out? It's as simple as this. There is no policy that you need to wait for it. Show just the figures. If you say now there is no penalty for those who don't pay, believe me, people who will look at your website, this is the penalty, the social pressure that you put upon organizations that are not contributing is much higher than any penalty that might not even come just beyond the paper. So please, dear leaders of tomorrow, if you want to be better leaders than the ones we have worldwide today, think differently. Think what is actually in my function, in my role, in my responsibility that I can do to account myself, not waiting for somebody else, not waiting, or trying to have a debate, just facts and figures, and this will help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to add a little bit what you said, I was in Navisunsa for 6 years. If you put it on your website that my school did not remit, I sit on the old girls executive. I would walk up to my head teacher and ask why we did not remit. So don't wait for policies. We can figure out ways of accounting. But let's get back to the panel. And the conversation, I went, oh, sir, you had something to say. May I take you? Yes, please. And then we are coming back to Beatrice, who I have marginalized.
Thank you so much. I'm called Emolot Alan David. I am a national coordinator of the African Youth Charter Hustlers, African Union Youth Envoy, and I'm also a scholar. But my submission mainly looks at, of course, the COVID-19. I know we are talking about the money, but I would want to shift from the money and look at the critical issues that our youth are facing. First and foremost, allow me to recognize what we all know, that we have quite a number of COVID-19 graduates who have graduated through the pandemic and don't have the skills that are required in the job market. So as we're talking about the effects of COVID-19, learning is a continuous process. So probably what I'm expecting today is what are we doing to ensure that those who have graduated are fit to join the market. So maybe what we are suggesting as the African Union Youth Envoy is what Rwanda, what Nigeria, and what Kenya is trying to do with the National Youth Service is to encourage more of apprenticeship programs. Right now, if we're looking at the way forward of impacting thousands of youth who are graduating, UCU is graduating on Friday, yes, on Friday, but most of them don't have the necessary skills to fit in the job market. So right now we should look at the way forward. As we're discussing about the man of UNSA, we should be thinking, how can we task the government to put these systems in place for continuous learning, especially apprenticeship programs and internship programs. Asante sana. Yeah.
Thank you very much for submitting on that. And I believe that that is a policy proposal that UNSA can ably adopt and carry on. We have very many young members of parliament who would be happy to carry on a private member's bill. But coming to Beatrice. Beatrice, you run the Uganda Debate Society, but you've also only recently left school. So you're part of this graduate program that he's talking about. But looking at the COVID realities, looking at issues of mental health, especially for students, are we wading into, because we already have fundamental education structured issues, but with the brokenness of mental health and the fact that at times when we talk about mental health, we're talking about it through the lens of adults. No one is talking about mental health for students. No one is talking about mental health for children. But also no one is talking about the access to spaces for mental health and accessibility, because it's one thing to be in the city and have access to a child psychologist. It's another thing to be at the border of Uganda and Congo and have no access to one. So how do we deal with this mental health situation? Because I also know that you work with children a lot.
Thank you, Isabella. I think mental health and everything around it is another pandemic that's already happening, or even in waiting when schools open. And I know that there are interventions from individuals, a few civil society organizations, but we've not seen the position of, say, education service providers as they prepare to open schools. What's the plan? Maybe the plan is to quickly dive through education stuff and finish curriculums and syllabuses. But I hope that as they have this conversation about reopening schools, there is a conversation about how to tackle mental health, because we know that children have been abused in homes. Children got pregnant in these homes, in places where they were supposed to be safe. I know when you talk about home, that's supposed to be a safe place for you. But that's where all these things have been, that's where girls have gotten pregnant. That's why they've been forced into marriages. That's where they've been sexually abused. And so school, which was once a safe space for a lot of young people, must prepare a way to welcome these very sad, very depressed, very hurt children as they get back to school. I have not had a conversation, I've not heard about it. Maybe I also sit on the Uganda National Students Association as a deputy speaker, handing over now, but I have not had it in those circles. I've not had that conversation ongoing. So I hope we will try to push for it, so that this conversation is very intentional, because as much as thousands and millions of young people are going to drop out of school, even the ones that will come back to school will need a lot of help.
Yeah. And since we're with you, let's talk, because again, when we talk about education, it's a broad conversation, so we'll just be touching. Let's talk about assessments. Because of the nature of our education system, and because we are highly impoverished, and because we have been quite reluctant to address the issues of educational reform as a country, we are hell-bent on exams as the only means of assessment. Within the context of COVID, is this a conversation you're having as UNSA in your advocacy efforts with government, issues of alternative modes of assessment? Because we also need to look at the fact that when you look at a student does not come as a single issue. We have students with learning disabilities. We have students who are actual persons living with disabilities, and they may have visual impairments or hearing impairments. Are we having a conversation on assessment after 2 years of staying at home?
As actually telling people that the last 2 years should have woken us up to understand that we should prepare for a better education environment, on how we tackle the challenges such as visual impairment, hearing disabilities and all that. But I feel that these are conversations that are not happening, yet they should happen. And that's still a challenge, because when government, for example, should involve us, for example, the Uganda National Student Association, the Youth Council, on conversations as such, they have technical people who give them technical advice, and they don't take the perspective of young people who actually experience these challenges. These things are being done by civil society like ACFODE, like us, yet there are conversations that should be had by government in consultation with the students and student leaders. I don't think those conversations are happening, yet they really should and must happen.
Okay, thank you very much, Beatrice. And I'll come back to Benjamin, because again, today we are having a conversation on the effects of COVID-19 on educational challenges, looking at, on education, looking at the challenges, responses, and opportunities. I know that one of the things that Boundless Minds has done is embrace technology. Some of us do not understand the technological challenges in this country beyond your WhatsApp message not going. Okay? And so I would like you, Benjamin, to paint a picture for us in the room, what this tech challenge, internet challenge looks like, because a study has shown that online learning is only effective when you have stable internet, you have access to the infrastructure, that's the phones or the computers, and there is targeted support. Now, we shall not go to targeted support. We will not even go to access of laptops, but let us just have a conversation on consistent access to the internet and the frustrations of a 6-year-old child who keeps getting kicked out of class.
So let me just start from where Beatrice left off. From the question you asked her, so that I can build my point towards technology. So when people ask me what I would do if I were appointed Minister of Education, what I like to say is that I would try to ban UNEB, abolish UNEB, right? And then see what happens, right? And my rationale is that national exams serve no purpose at all. And this is why. The purpose of education, this education system, so the reason why we are grappling with it in the way that we are, is that it's colonial education, it's foreign education, right? Formal education, as we know it, was introduced by the colonialists, right? The British in our case. So its purpose was to produce low-level clerical staff, who had been trained to take instructions and reproduce them in the same exact way that they had been given, right? So that was the purpose of that education. And that was the first thing. So there were 4 pillars. The first one was that you needed to memorize things in the way that they were given and reproduce them, because that was your job. Your job was not to think. Now, if you think about how we examine right now, right? When you go into an exam, you're not asked to think. All you're required to do is to reproduce whatever you were given by the teacher in the same exact way. So whoever does that the best passes the exam, right? The second pillar is, it also assumed, because the teacher, the master, right, knew, was the only one who knew what they were giving. When they passed it on, the teacher became the master, right? So learners took no part or didn't participate in the creation of knowledge, right? When we go into, if you look at how our classrooms are set up, the teacher stands at the front, right? Everyone sits there facing the teacher. The teacher is the custodian of knowledge. You come to take in whatever they tell you. You're not required to participate in the creation of that knowledge. The third is language, right? Mode of instruction and content. Both of them, that's third and fourth, both of them were foreign. So it also assumed that there was nothing in terms of our context, right, that learners in school could pick from and use for their own. So that's why you have all of this endless conversation about curriculum and the Canadian prairies and stuff. Those things are not useful. They are useless because we don't have the context for them, right? Which now brings us to the technology debate, right? So most people sitting here might have heard about the 4th industrial revolution, right? Which is what the future of work is about. That there'll be machines, some of which have already begun taking work, people's work, that the skills that we require are not technical skills for the future of work, but skills of the mind. So the ability to receive information, analyze it, use it to create, right? The ability to communicate, the ability to collaborate, manage people and stuff like that. Those are the skills that are required for the 4th industrial revolution. But that 4th industrial revolution also is built around technology, right? Because technology powers that 4th industrial revolution. Now, so we hadn't solved the other problem. Now we have this one to deal with, right? So we have a digital platform at Boundless, which is for work readiness. So essentially what we did, we put all our work readiness modules, CV writing, job interview skills, marketing, all of the modules that we teach are online. The challenge is that students don't have, or users, they need a smartphone, right? They need data. But they also don't just need data, they need connectivity. They need, what is it called? Signal, whatever that thing is called, right? And all of these things are very expensive, so they can't access them. And this is students who are in town, right? So the divide that we had, right? Or the challenges that you have moving. In fact, the challenge is not just that. Even simple things such as sending email, right? Because that's technology, it enables your ability to get work, right? And yet we still have students at university or completing university who don't have email addresses or don't know how to send an email, right? And those are not things that we are going to be teaching in our classrooms, because our classrooms are not set up to teach those things. So that's conversation that we need to be having now. We are not having that conversation. So while the rest of the world pulls ahead with this fourth industrial revolution conversation, there will be some here because they're in the middle class, or they go to good schools, or they come from wealthy families, who will eventually shortcut that process. But for many students in our schools, they will not be able to, because also our teachers are not prepared for it, right? So even when we talk about mental health, right? We're talking about mental health for students, but 90% of your student life, the teacher is the one in charge of that. So where are teachers in this conversation? And if we don't deal with issues like that, next year, 5 years from now, someone else will be sitting here and saying the same things that we are saying.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. And the realities of the conversation that we have had is that the world is not in this place that we are at, but we are expected to continue to compete with the world. Our children are expected to continue to compete with the rest of the world that is moving on. And so I hope that each and every one of us here can take keen interest in the educational conversations beyond when a school's opening. Because there are so many unresolved issues within our education discussion. I remember this is not in past tense, but I and Jacob have a lot of discussions around education. And one of the statements that has been consistent for over 5 years is that education is society's equalizer. It's in the class that the middle class, the lower class, that come together and have access to standardized, work. And it's only with education that you almost have an equal chance of competing with someone else who is out of your class and actually beating them. So if we take away the one equalizer in society, which is education, don't even think about it now. Think about it 5, 10 years from today. Otherwise, I hope that you have enjoyed the panel conversation, and thank you to my panel for being part of this discussion. Also, let us continue with that conversation after here. But thank you very much, and have yourselves a lovely evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Isabella, for moderating this amazing discussion. The effects of COVID-19 on education. There's so much we can talk about when we start this discussion or this topic. We're winding up now. We're coming to the final and last part of the conference. And may I take this opportunity to invite Regina Bafachi to come and give her closing remarks and basically a wrap up of what we've talked about since morning to this very minute. In the meantime, you could also be writing your feedback and we'll be picking them shortly after. Just what you think and what you've learned today and any other suggestions or insights that you'd like to share. Thank you. Regina, you're most welcome.
The reason why I requested you to clap for yourselves is that you have been a wonderful audience. You've been wonderful participants. Without you, we wouldn't have been here the whole day. And therefore, on behalf of us, ACFODE, Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, and National Youth Council, would like to thank you so much for your resilience, for your commitment, and for your contribution to this National Youth Conference. A lot has been discussed, and I'm sure each one of you has something he or she has picked from this conference. The day has been long, but because the topics were interesting, I never saw any of you doze. I was very observant. None of you dozed. And I'm hoping that the vigilancy we have exhibited today in this hall is going to continue in your spaces of work and in your lives. A number of issues were raised, and let me attempt to say one or two things that have struck me most. But as I also do that, you have a task as participants of this conference. There are papers that have been passed around or that are being passed around. Would like to hear what it is that you've picked, you've learned, and that you may also be committing to do. This should not be rhetoric. Someone has challenged us and said, I hope we're not coming back after 5 years and talk about the same things. No, we are not. We are youth of a difference. Are we? Are we youth of a difference? And what will show that? This will be shown by your actions. This will be shown by the lives that you're going to touch. And it's also going to be shown by the policies, the plans, and the programs that we have as civil society organizations that are here, as the National Youth Council representatives that are here, as politicians, and as the organizers that are here. This is a rare opportunity. Because of the limited resources, we usually don't have such events. And this is something that we should be having regularly, but we can't. So once such an opportunity presents itself, you grab it and don't pass. There has to be something that you have picked from it. A few of the things that I have picked and that you also add on moving forward is that the youth are a very powerful force, a very powerful one that sometimes, if not in most cases, are mobilized but not organized. And the call, therefore, is for you to reflect on what you have been doing so that you can organize better. And organizing for what? That comes or brings in the issue of vision. You're talking about the youth movement. You may not have an address for the movement because a movement is a social organizing. So you may not have one address, but you may have pockets of movements that contribute to the youth movement. But again, you must have a vision on which you all rally yourselves. I also heard that COVID-19 did not only disrupt the lives of the youth or the people, but for some, it presented an opportunity to innovate. And therefore, moving forward, let's not keep lamenting. How do we live with the COVID and make our lives better? I also remember someone saying that we need to challenge ourselves on how we want to see the youth be, that we need to plan. Let's not expect things to happen when we have not planned. Deliberate efforts must be made. Digital security, we have been talking about digitalizing our work, but we have also heard that there is insecurity with digitalization. So how do we ensure that as we use the different gadgets that may be at our disposal, that we are actually safe? The things that the politicians shared regarding their experiences in the elections, I think you all recall, some were harassed. There were derogatory words that were used. But how do we make sure as the youth that we actually change the narrative of the politics that we are having? When we talked of sourcing or commercialization, I also heard that there is a need for you who plan to contest to think about the different methods, the different ways you can mobilize for resources. Running a campaign is not cheap. Even to become an LC1 chairperson, it's not cheap. And it must be a project that you plan for. Don't get up in a day and say, there is a gap, let me fill it. There is a lot that is required. Ask Jacob what he went through. I happened to eavesdrop to some people's discussion about that competition. I heard it was tough. You must be having a very big story to tell. So start writing your story for the others to learn. Yes, write your story so that others can learn from it. When it comes to innovation with COVID, we've been told about the unfulfilled pledges, which pledges call for us to continue with our lobbying skills. The duty is that you had policy makers, legislators here, rather. Legislators whom you can talk with. Remind them something was mentioned and I whispered to Jacob. And I'm like, is that true? He said, yes, but I don't know that will be fulfilled. What does that mean? That we get promises as young people or as citizens, but sometimes those promises are not fulfilled. But what does that mean? That you must hold those who have entrusted to lead us accountable. And we don't have to wait for the 5-year period to pass. No. If you have the opportunity to engage such people, keep pushing them. You never know. Something better might come out of that lobbying and constant engagement. Of course, the challenges and the effects of COVID-19 on the education system are enormous, but we have also been challenged to think about the alternative ways of how we can educate ourselves if the formal educational system has been disrupted by the pandemic. But we're also saying, what does it take? What does it take to have those alternatives? What does it take to have those different approaches? As we are looking at these young girls and boys who are supposed to be in S3 and are now in S1, what else have we taught them? Those who are in their primary level, what is it? What are those soft skills that you have taught them? You have brothers and sisters, you have neighbors, cousins, and friends. Have those conversations. That's why you are leaders. What is it that you can actually do in your community that you will be remembered for? What is that will be remembered for? What is the legacy that you are leaving behind as a leader, as a young person who is occupying this position? The task is enormous, but at the same time, you may pick those things that you are passionate about. You don't have to carry the load of having everything on your shoulder. What is it that you are passionate about that you will be remembered for as a leader? Jacob was praised for demystifying the leadership of NYC. What is it that you're going to be remembered for as that leader in that organization, in that innovation hub, in UNSA? Now, I don't talk about money, but what is it that you can actually be remembered for in the different leadership positions that we occupy? In the case I've forgotten anything, those are the things I could pick. And I'm urging you to reflect since the day began. What have you really learned? What is it that you are running away with today that you always say on 20th of October, 2021, while I was in Sheraton, this is what I picked, and has actually influenced the way I'm living, the way I'm working, the way I'm relating, the way I'm leading, so that it becomes a memorable day for you. Don't be like those people who say, oh, the panelists were good, and the moderators were wonderful, and the ED of ACFODE was wonderful too. For the CAS rape. Oh my, she spoke well, but what did she say? What did we say? That we are going to hold you accountable because the things that you have shared, I hope our team, Jacob and Judith, we are going to put together some of the things that have emerged from this meeting or this conference, and we share them with you. So if you still have something to share with us, you could post them to Jacob or Judith or Belinda, so that we put them together into a document that will form our planning together. Lastly, I am hoping that there has been a lot of networking, collaboration, and this networking is to continue. Let it not end today, because we are supposed to be learning from each other. Once again, on behalf of the organizers, we wish to thank you so much for being good participants. I would also like to thank NTV for streaming us alive. We are all over. And that's no mini achievement. The youth are speaking. The youth have spoken. And the youth are continuing to speak. Thank you for utilizing the hashtag. Thank you for socializing. There were so many tweets. And that's the way you can influence society. So thank you so much for being very active, very committed. And we hope that maybe next year we shall have something similar to this, but not in Kampala. The region that is going to share most interesting learnings from this conference will be given priority. That's why we shall hold the conference. So while you are sharing, please be very keen. Without really wasting much of your time, thank you so much. Those who are traveling back today, I wish you a safe journey back. And I thought, as somebody who has been giving us that should have something to say, he says no. So let me close this national conference by wishing you the best of luck in everything that you do, in everything that you lay your hands on. The conference has ended.
I've not had any in the morning. Okay, let's say or something.